is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are LA.
Halos and the Astros have split the first two games of the series, thus setting up the rubber match this afternoon as the Angels and the Astros wrap up their first meeting of the season with Nick Tropeano on the mound for the Angels. We welcome you inside the Big A and back to Angels baseball here on Fox Sports West along with Mark Kubica. I'm Victor Rojas, and of course last night a tough one with Dallas Keuchel on the mound as Keuchel and three relievers retired the last 24 in a row. So Gooby, I'm going to ask you right from the get-go, the key to today's ballgame.
Victor, the key is bringing on the heartbreak by Def Leppard. When you get a mistake from Doug Fister today, you capitalize. They did that back in the first inning against Dallas Keuchel. You mentioned how well he was going later in the game, but early in the game, mistakes made. The catcher reaching back over the plate. Mike Trout, big-time home run. Stayed back on that one well. Albert Pujols, again, a mistake pitch. He's supposed to go inside part of the plate. Mislocation. Hits it out of the ballpark. Pitcher's given up 8 home runs so far this year. He's a sinker ball pitcher, but when he elevates, especially against left-handed batters, that's the type of results we're looking for today.
All right, we mentioned Nick Tropeano is on the mound, the former Houston Astro that came over with Carlos Perez in exchange for Hank Conger prior to last year, and he's thrown the ball well the last couple starts.
Yeah, Victor, he's been really dealing. He's been working in the strike zone very well. His fastball's been good, but his curveball has been excellent. He's a guy that when he throws his curveball, he changes speeds with that pitch very well. He will throw that pitch behind in the count. His changeup has been very good. His occasional split finger fastball has been very good. You mix that in with the fact is once they started looking off speed, you got the fastball 90, 91, 92 range. But above all, when you think about Tropeano and success, think in terms of that big curveball he had to throw it out against this Astro lineup.
It's Fister against Tropeano. We're out ready for baseball here at the Big A. Sit back and relax. Lineups and first pitch when we return.
This telecast of Angels baseball on Fox Sports West is brought to you by Hyundai. The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at your local Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today. By Jack in the Box, the Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack is back. Taste it before it's gone. By Mercury Insurance, on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com to get a fast free quote and see how much you can save. And by the Jeep Renegade. Find your inner Renegade and reach your highest potential with an EPA estimated 31 highway miles per gallon. Welcome back out to the Big A, the finale of this three-game set against the visiting Houston Astros. And Nick Tropeano not wasting any time. He's ready to get his warm-up pitches on. It means we will take a look at A.J. Hinch's starting lineup for the Houston Astros, who are now 21-29 on this season, still tied for fourth. They picked up a game in the standings last night with the loss by the Seattle Mariners to the Minnesota Twins. They are currently 8 games back. Springer will lead things off. He's DHing this afternoon. Jose Altuve at second. Colby Rasmus in right field. Evan Gattis gets a start behind the plate. Third start for him behind the dish this year. Luis Valbuena at third base. Tyler White at first base. Marwin Gonzalez at shortstop. So no Carlos Correa at least to start the game. Jake Marisnick at center. Then you've got Tony Kemp rounding out that starting 9. He's in left field. They're taking on Nick Tropeano, who's making his 10th start of the season. He's 3-2 currently with a 2.86 ERA.
I mentioned how well he has thrown of late, especially his last 2 starts. 13 2/3 innings pitches, 1 earned run. But my go-tos for Tropeano to be successful, feel for his curveball. Mentioned that in the opening. He's able to throw that at different speeds and at different counts. And a strike throw, when he's been ahead of the count, he's been very good. Last game out, 63% of his pitches in the strike zone for Tropeano.
Take a look at the defense for the Angels today behind Nick Tropeano. Rafael Ortega left, Mike Trout at center, Cole Calhoun in right. The infield with Yunel Escobar, Cliff Pennington on the left side of the infield. Johnny Giavatelli, Caleb Cowart making his first big league start at first base, and then Jet Bandy behind the dish.
And you mentioned that Cowart making his first start at the first base position in the major league level. Played 8 games in the minors in that position. He's played some shortstop, some second base, third base, first base in the minor leagues, even the outfield, but here at first base. So it's very important as a pitcher, you communicate with him often as far as let him play back a little bit deeper. First base position, you have that coverage on the right side of the infield.
Tropeano coming off a very good start. His last go around, that was in Texas. Went 6 2/3 on Monday. 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, and allowed just 4 hits and picking up his 3rd win of the season. Making his 2nd appearance against his former team that drafted him the 5th round, 2011, out of Stony Brook. First one today in there for a strike. Springer DHing, hitting .274, 11 home runs and 28 RBIs. He had 3 of the 9 Astros hits last night. Good off-speed pitch, 0-2.
And one thing to notice and look for Tropeano, attacking once he's ahead 0-2, much better his last 2 games out when he's got ahead of the count, finishing off hitters quickly.
And Springer goes down swinging just like that. 1 out. Springer doesn't even bother going to first base, so he's given up his right to go to first. There's the first out.
Another good off-speed pitch, split finger fastball to get a swing and miss from Tropeano. And going back to Tropeano, well, 3 starts ago, he had 6 0-2 counts, end up throwing an extra 23 pitches. Last few starts, though, gets ahead 0-2 like that one, finishes off the hitter.
Jose Altuve up with 1 out. Waving at the first one. Altuve 1 for 2 last night. Got a sac fly and a walk. Picked up his 28th run batted in. 313 now in the season. Just off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pat Hoberg calling the balls and strikes this afternoon. DJ Rayburn at first base. John Hirschbeck at second. Vic Carapazza over at third. Overcast sky. Big A. 69 degrees at first pitch. Slight little breeze as Altuve fouls it off. 1-2.
And what we've seen from against Tropeano from hitters of late too, late swings like that, because they're looking for his curveball and changeup. It's that good location with his fastball. Is keeping that front shoulder in a little bit longer to be able to throw consistent strikes in all 4 quadrants of the strike zone.
Altuve flips this one into center field. And he's on board with a 1-out single.
This would be a real good matchup when you think about Tropeano, who has a quick move to first, and Altuve, who has 15 stolen bases. 3 pickoffs this year for Tropeano.
So Rasmus jumps up to the 3 spot today. With Altuve going to the 2-hole. Altuve's been at the 2-hole. Rasmus taking over for Correa with the day off. Rasmus hitting .229, 8 home runs, 31 RBIs. Altuve picked off last night in the 7th inning. That was by Mike Morin. Big lead for Altuve. Slide step. This is down the way. Shift on, 3 infielders on the right side. Pennington getting to start with at shortstop. His first starts is being activated prior to last night's game.
Certainly one thing you will see with Rasmus at the plate, the shift being put on, even with that ability for Altuve to steal a base.
That's a good move, and he got him.
And what do we say about his move? Now that's 4 pickoffs this season for Tropeano. Keep in mind, coming into this season, 0 pickoffs in his career. Easily picks off Altuve. Quick tag by Coward at first. Trying to get that backhand on the back part of the base before the tag is applied. Great camera work right there to see the tag on the elbow before the fingers touch the base.
It's the 14th pickoff by Angels pitchers this year, leading Major League Baseball. Got Altuve twice now.
I always remember Charles Nagy had a very quick move. Very solid major league pitcher, and he's really worked with his pitchers, give their catchers an opportunity to throw out would-be base stealers. All starts with the pitcher and how you hold the baseball and your move to first.
Pickoffs. Next on the list, Atlanta and Cincinnati was 7.
That's impressive.
3-0, and it's a 4-pitch walk.
Again, that's just something that doesn't happen by accident, Victor. I mean, you have to work on that. Again, going back to Tropeano, not 1 pickoff at the major league level yet, but already now with 4 this season. It's all about that preparation and work, and having Charles Nagy to work on that with you. Pitching coach for the Angels has done a fantastic job as far as that quick move to first. There's Nags. Very good major league pitcher, but he had a quick move.
Because somebody's got to get credit too for the job that Tropeano and Shoemaker have done here of late. Both guys very similar in style, repertoire. Tropeano a little firmer with the fastball, but very similar type of pitchers, and both guys have just been fantastic over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and the one thing that Charles Nagy told me about that, they just a little bit more of a hip turn to be able to gather themselves on the pitching rubber. Better balance allows them to work downhill much better. So those numbers last 2 starts for Tropeano.
No balls, 2 strikes on Gaddis. Behind the plate today, Jason Castro getting the night off. Or the day off. Probably get the night off as well since they're traveling.
Yeah.
Unless they make them work on the charter, but you never know.
Yeah, it's been known to make sure they bring the food to the players.
Game-winning home run last night. 0-2. Breaking ball, got him looking down, goes Gaddis. 2 strikeouts in the first for Tropeano, ahead of the bottom of the inning, scoreless.
no score. Nice job by Tropiano picking up a couple of strikeouts and a pickoff in the top of the innings. We'll take a look at social lineup for the Angels. Game number 50 on the season. They are currently 6.5 back in third place in the West. The 22-27 record, Yunel Escobar leading things off at third base. Cole Calhoun in right, Mike Trout in center. Albert Stiashing today. Johnny Giavotella jumps up to the 5 spot with C.J. Cron getting the day off. He's been struggling of late. Rafael Ortega in left. Cliff Pennington gets it started. Shortstop, Jet Bandy behind the plate. Caleb Coward batting ninth, playing first. They are taking on a 32-year-old right-hander native of Merced, California. His name is Doug Fister.
And he's one of those old school pitches. Does not waste any time in between pitches. Fastballs 85, 89, slider, curve, changeup. 4-3 mark so far this year.
Signing a one-year deal in the offseason with Houston.
The go-to is to be successful against Fister. You have to bring that sinker up in the strike zone and think center of the field. Don't try to pull that sinker.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Escobar hitting .307, 3 home runs, 13 runs batted in. 0 for 3 last night. And also ejected from the game. And home plate umpires. He rolls this one over to third. That's Valbuena. Across the diamond, high throw, and somehow White keeps that foot on the bag. They get the first out. Defensively for the Stros today, you've got Kemp, Bariznik, and Rasmus in the outfield from left to right. Valbuena, Gonzalez, Altuve, and White with Gaddis behind the plate.
And Gonzalez playing shortstop instead of Carlos Correa. We've seen him play a number of infield positions throughout his career. This is his second start at shortstop this year. Played 14 at first, 11 at third, 1 at second. Has a very strong throwing arm. He's averaged 45 starts season at that shortstop position. Not gonna get many chances now with that guy as your shortstop.
Cole rips one out to deep right field. Rasmus back, and that is gone. A big fly for Cole Calhoun. 4th of the season, and the Angels have a 1-0 lead.
What a swing, what an aggressive early swing for Cole Calhoun against Doug Fister. Does not waste any time, but either did Cole Calhoun, and that's our AT&T high-speed replay. A heater up in the strike zone. That's that sinker elevated enough, and that's out of the ballpark for Cole Calhoun. Number 4 on the season, 24th home run for Cole Calhoun in the Calzone area.
Trout will look at a strike. 43rd home run hit by the Angels. Trout grounds this one to short. Marwin Gonzalez throws out Trout for the second out.
Well, left-handed batters coming in this game against Fister. 304 batting average, 6 home runs. Right-handed batters, 176 with 2 home runs. That sinker down and in. He can jam right-handed batter. A lot of ground ball action normally against Fister, but lefties have seen the ball well out of his hand.
406 feet on the Calhoun home run. Here's Albert. Hit his 11th last night. 571st of his career. 2 back of Ty and Harmon Killebrew for 11th all time. Has himself a 1 ball, 1 strike count. The Angels for the second straight day have a home run in the first inning. Two 1 count. That'll leave it a count of 2 balls, 2 strikes. This the last couple of years with the Washington Nationals. Last year 5-7 and a 4.19 ERA. Originally with the Tigers, 7th round, pardon me, Seattle, 7th round pick out of Fresno State. Good chunk of his big league time with the Tigers.
Good career numbers ERA wise against the Angels.
And Albert went around, tried to hold up on what would have been ball 4, but that's that sinker in on right hand.
Halos take a 1-0 lead on the Cole Calhoun Blast.
Gets that sinker, not quite exactly where Pfister wanted to throw it. And Cole, solo shot to right center field.
Top of the second, selfie stick yourself, pal. It's 1-0 Angels. Cole Calhoun with his 4th of the year. It'd be great if Cole busted out a selfie stick right now.
Yeah.
Right on cue. At least Valbuena to lead things off. Tropiano misses up and away. Valbuena, White, and Gonzalez.
And points exactly where the home run went.
Yeah.
Close enough to it. Right there.
That'd be awesome. Making baseball fun again.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they say. Valbuena hitting .224 with 5 home runs and 15 runs batted in. 2-hit game last night, going 2 for 3, a couple of singles and a walk. Tropiano made 4 starts with the Astros in 2014 before getting traded over to the Angels. And Carlos Perez for Hank Conger. He's since moved on to the Tampa Bay Rays. Oh, misses outside. It's 3 balls and a strike.
That's when you got to trust that fastball. Even though it's a fastball count, just trust movement down and away. Use the big part of the yard. Even though you're pitching generally against the shift here, go with a fastball away.
And he walked it. That's the second walk issued by Tropiano. Leadoff man on board to start the second. That'll bring up Tyler White. In honor of Memorial Day weekend, Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with Merging Vets and Players dedicated to ensuring our nation's warriors can be as productive off the field as they were on it by joining combat veterans with former athletes to form a common bond over dedication and teamwork. Visit FoxSportsSupports.com to learn more. Tyler White, the first baseman, looks at a strike. Came into the game defensively Friday night. Had 1 at bat, went 0 for 1. Hitting .227, has 7 home runs, 18 runs batted in. It's jammed, fouls one off on the first base side. Coward will watch this one go into the seats. No balls, 2 strikes.
Early on, Cowart looks pretty comfortable at that first base position. A quick conversation with the guys in the dugout for the Astros as he ran over there towards their dugout. And he's played a number of different positions this year in the minor leagues to increase his value with the big league club. The more positions he's able to play, the more opportunities he'll have at the major league level.
Short lead for Valboin at first. 0-2. Jammed him again.
And he's going to need to be pretty agile, especially with these shifts on the number of Astro hitters. He's holding on the runner, and he's got to get off the base quickly to cover the ground in the right side of the infield. Something completely different than you're used to seeing over at the third base position.
Cal remains at 0-2. Looked like for a second there that White was trying to call time as Tropiano was coming set. Wasn't granted. White, a 33rd round pick, 2013 at a Western Carolina University. In the big leagues for the first time in his career. Off speed, grounded to short. Pennington to Giavotella. On to Caleb Cowart. Double play, 2 down.
What you're seeing from Tropiano is some more ground ball action early in the season. Not many ground ball double plays turned behind him, but now the 4th of the season. Perfect ground ball right to Pennington. Flips it over Giavotella to complete a 6-4-3 double play.
So 2 outs, nobody on, and Marwin Gonzalez, a switch inning shortstop up. Getting to start today in place of Carlos Correa. Gonzalez takes downstairs. 231 average, the switch hitter. 4 home runs and 12 runs batted in. Been better from the right side this year than the left. Just 212 on this side of the plate. Trying to drag bunt. Tropiano will have the barehanded throw in one motion, and they got him. Nice play by Nick Tropiano to finish off the second.
And Nitro off the pitcher's mound quickly to finish off the inning on a 1-3 putout. One to nothing here in the bottom of the second. Tropiano finished off the inning, fielding his position very well. It's worthy of a Carlos Cam replay. Fields that position, get off the mound, jump throw over the first base to finish off the inning. like Draymond Green over to Klay Thompson last night for a three-pointer.
Without kicking someone in the groin, of course.
Of course not.
By accident.
Yes.
Giavatello, Ortega, and Pennington, and Johnny hits one off the glove of Valbuena on the very first pitch, and he picks up a single to lead off the second.
Giavatello just continuing to swing the bat well. And go Johnny go with that swing, line drive off the glove of Valbuena. Infield hit for Johnny Giavatello.
Came in batting .292. Average goes up with that leadoff single. Here's Rafael Ortega, the left fielder. Valbuena in on the grass at third. This is a guy that does not waste any time on the mound. Gets it and goes. Actually, both guys. Tropiano has gotten much better at that as well. .271 average for Ortega. 3 doubles, a home run, 9 runs batted in. Hit and run is on. This one lined to right field. Johnny never looked up. It's going to turn into an easy double play. Usually on a hit and run, you're looking to find the baseball. Johnny decided to just keep on running.
Yeah, you're anticipating the ball being put in place. So you got to try to pick that up and track where it goes. Giavatello, he looks up to right field, but that's right at it. It's hit well by Ortega, but an easy double play.
So 2 outs, bases clear, and it's Cliff Pennington. Cliff spending some time with the DL, a little strained hamstring. Rasmus has the groin. Straight with the oblique.
Houston getting close.
Yeah, Houston there. I actually saw something today where possibility of activating him tomorrow.
That's what he told me just the other day. He thought he'd be ready for the Tiger series. Corey Rasmus very close himself. C.J. Wilson a setback, will not be back for some time. Going to rest his shoulder now.
Three-1. Pennington takes a strike, full count. .217 average for Pennington. 2 doubles, a triple, a home run, and 5 runs batted in. And there's a walk. First one issued by Doug Fisker. There's Jeff Bandy. First action for Bandy since coming out of Wednesday's game. In the 8th inning, got a base hit to left field and felt something in his knee. Came out of the game. Back in there today. He's due for 7 this year with the Angels. 1 double, 2 runs batted in. That one's up and away. Bandy skies one to shallow center field. Gonzalez going out, but it's Marisnick with the call. And we've played 2 here at the Big A, and the Angels up 1-0.
Astros, the Snyder family, all pumped up. Dan, his two boys, mom and dad, showing that swing. Look at that. Tipping the hat. That's fantastic.
I like it.
Great hair, too, by the way.
The Honda problem.
I approve of that.
With the Tigers coming to town. Verlander and Chacin tomorrow. Remember, it's a 6:05 start tomorrow. Anibal Sanchez, Hector Santiago on Tuesday. That's a 7:05 start. Michael Fulmer, Matt Shoemaker rounding out that 3-game set with a 4:05 start on Wednesday. So 3 different start times for the 3-game set against the Tigers, their one and only visit. Here in the third with the Angels up 1-0. Marisnick, Kemp, and Springer 8-9-1 against Nick Tropeano. Has 2 strikeouts, 2 walks. It was allowed 1 hit. That was to Altuve, but he promptly picked him off. Marisnick a 145 average with 3 doubles and an RBI. A couple singles last night, going 2 for 4. Two-one count. Frustrated look there by Tropeano. Full count. These two guys at the 8 and 9 spot for the Astros, guys you'd like to keep off base. Both can run. Marisnick and Kemp. 3-2. He reaches for that, fouls it back. Good pitch, good location.
Yeah, 91-mile-an-hour fastball down in the lower part of the strike zone. And when you have guys like Marisnick and Kemp getting on base, it forces you to be quicker to the plate, throw more fastballs. And when you look at his #1 pitch to go to for Tropeano, really is his curveball.
Another payoff. This was ripped over to third, gloved, no, off the glove of Escobar. Pennington unable to come up with it. Even if he does come up with it, tough to get Marisnick. Now there goes an infield base hit. Hopefully Escobar's all right. That ball got on him in a hurry.
And Nebula, Mike Scioscia going to go out and check. Look like he got him right on the wrist, above the glove. Yeah, right there on the wrist, palm area. Ball was scolded right at third base.
Coming off the field. Looks like Coward will move over to third base, and C.J. Cron will go to first. So Escobar out of the game now. Cron will go to that leadoff spot.
Hopefully it's a day-to-day type thing for Escobar. He's been so important to the offense.
Tropeano get a couple of warm-up pitches here as Cron stretches out his arm. Leadoff single for Marisnick. You're gonna have to pay attention to him a little bit. 2 stolen bases on the year. Kemp can handle the bat as far as dropping one down and has good speed. See what the Astros decide to do here. Everyone's ready to go, as is Tropeano. Kemp hitting .211. 1 triple, 1 double. 4 for 19 to start his big league career. Product of Vanderbilt University.
And another shift being put on for a young hitter. Why I say that, because you wonder how they have a book on somebody that young, and he hasn't been really consistent at the big league level. So you have to throw exactly where that shift is being put on. That means off speed, inner half of the plate. Take away that sinker down and away. There's a lot of room on that left side of the infield.
Yeah, that sample size would have to include AAA at bats, one would think. They almost get Marisnick.
I know you get that data from minor league games also, but still, when you're a young hitter at the big league level, you're trying to make contact.
We saw Moran the other day.
Yes.
Got 2 knocks going the opposite way with the shift on. His first 2 big league hits. Big lead for Marisnick. Upstairs.
Yeah, when you got people like Rasmus putting that on, yeah, and I understand that one for sure. Or Prince Fielder, guys that have established themselves at the major league level. You know their swing path. But as a young hitter, though, not a lot of experience at the big leagues, doesn't see many pitchers at the major league level. They're just trying to put the ball in play, especially a guy with good speed.
One, a strike. 1-2.
Got the lower part of the strike zone inside.
Handles with a 1-0 lead. Cole Calhoun homering to right field, his 4th of the year. Infield base hit by Marisnick, the 2nd hit allowed by Tropiano. One-two fouled off. Watching Tropiano come set. Watch that left elbow of his. I don't remember him coming set while moving that left elbow. Now it just may be something to give a base runner something to think about at first base as he's coming set and throw him off a little bit.
Also, you're trying to find a spot where the release point's a little bit quicker also to the plate and over the first base. Although usually when I teach kids in high school, I have the glove up higher. Reason why, because when it's low like that, you still have to bring your hand up, your glove up, and it's a little bit longer throwing motion, which means your times to the plate are going to be a little bit longer. Glove set around chest high, you can just bring the baseball out of the glove and you're going home. But when it's lower at the waist, the leg kick up, bringing the arm up into throwing motion makes it slower.
Long look in. Kemp backs out. Lines this one and glove by Coward. It's going to turn into a double play. 2 down.
He tried his best to beat the shift. He went with that pitch the other way, but Coward just far enough away from that third base position to catch that line drive. Nice play by Coward, who started the game as a first baseman, as he catch that low sinking line drive. Ends up being a double play.
So base is clear for Springer, the DH. Springer struck out of the first inning. He's 0 for 1. No 1. No balls, 2 strikes. 2 strikeouts for Tropiano, both occurring in the first. Breaking pitch popped up on the infield. Tropiano calling everybody off. Cron tells him get out of the way.
I like the effort by Nitro to call it off. The true athlete. He's already made a great play, fielding his position today.
Bottom of the third inning, Halos up by the score of 1-0. Angels setting up 9-1-2 here in the third inning to face Doug Fister, and obviously the home run by Cole Calhoun, the difference in this ball game. Fister's throwing the ball well, and as has Nick Tropiano.
Yeah, with Fister, with his sinker, he wants to keep that ball down in the strike zone.
Coward.
Lefties just continue to swing the bat well against him this year.
Big turn by Caleb Coward. He'll stop at first base with his first single of the year.
Again, that's what happened with Cole. The sinker didn't go down in the strike zone. He has a tougher time against left-handed batters. If it goes lateral movement, it goes to the barrel of the bat. Exactly what happened there with Coward. Barrel of the bat, hit the ball to left center field.
So C.J. Cron will come up, first plate appearance.
The leadoff batter.
Yeah, hitting .238. 3 home runs and 18 runs batted in. He'll take a breaking ball for a strike. Cron now in his last 30 at bats has gone 4 for 30. To get the day off today, but with Escobar coming out after getting that line shot off the thumb, CJ pressed into action. Cron gets jammed, fouls it off. It's an 0-2 count. That's off the plate. didn't chase.
This is where he likes to try to run that fastball back in after going the slider away. Percentage-wise, 68% of his pitches are fastballs.
That's a called strike 3. 1 down. Right to the fastball. Cron unable to pull the trigger.
When you look at percentages of pitches thrown as a right-handed batter, I mean, you got to think in terms of, I'm going to get some fastballs.
But now with that strikeout, since getting to a season-high 279 batting average for Cron on May 13th, he's gone 6 for 43. Just kind of caught in between again. Here's Calhoun, who homered in the first, his 4th of the year, picked up his 24th RBI.
If you're a right-handed batter, 71, a little over 71% of his pitches are fastballs from Fister. You have to look fastball, lower part of the strike zone, think middle of the field. Lefty's different though. He'll use more all-speed pitches against left-handed batters.
2 balls and no strikes. Off speed away, and it's 3-0 with Trout on deck. Second walk issued now by Fister, puts a couple of men on for Trout.
Here's today's Cold Hard Facts, which are brought to you by Crisp, Coors Light. Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, last night homer in the same game for the 28th time as teammates, which ties the Angels record with Tim Salmon, Garrett Anderson, 6 times going back to back in a game.
Trout grounded out his first time up. Coward at second base. Calhoun at first. Oh, 2 count.
Trout very good when he's been behind in the count this season. .333 batting average for Trout behind in the count.
Breaking pitch. Trout goes down swinging. 2 outs.
You look at what the base runners and the swings have been so far in this game against Fister. Home run, lefty, walk, 2 walks, left-handed batters, 2 of the 3 hits. Left-handed batters, he's thrown some pretty good quality pitches against the righties. That's a good curveball from Fister to get a swing and miss. 71-mile-an-hour curveball from Fister. Earlier in that at bat, an 88-mile-an-hour fastball upstairs against Trout.
Albert struck out to end the first. Behind in the count at 0-2.
Doesn't he appear to be a completely different pitcher against a right-handed batter? Just
aggressive.
Yes, completely different. Even when those right-handed batters are Trout and Pujols.
Albert goes down swinging, so the Angels get a couple of men on, but Fister ends up striking out 3 here in the third. 1 to the 4th, 1-0 Angels. 1-0 Angels as we begin the top of the 4th inning. Hey folks, every game matters. The 8-game flex plan offers a variety of game options from some of the best seats in the house. Whether it's a marquee matchup or an exciting giveaway item, the flex plan allows fans to get close to the action. Call 888-796-HALO to get your tickets. Altuve, Rasmus, and Gattis for Houston here in the 4th. Astros second baseman with a single in the first inning, so he's 1 for 1. Altuve's 2 for 2 with 2 singles to center.
Aggressively swinging first pitch today. Last night, not the case. He was patient.
Right fielder, number 28, Colby Rasmus.
It's amazing how quick Altuve is on high pitches in the strike zone. Big lead again at first.
Been picked off twice now. Last night and already today. Rasmus worked the walk in the first, one of 2 free passes issued by Nick. Oh, 1.
Good fastball, and you can see the shift being put on for Rasmus and what he has done as far as his spray chart this season. A lot of base hits and baseballs hit to that right side of the infield, especially 39% in that one zone. A lot more baseballs hit to the right side of the infield. That is why the shift is put on for him and has been put on for him throughout his career.
Pushes a bunt on the third base side. Coward has it on 1 hop. Boy, terrific throw. They get the out as Altuve moves to second.
Good hustle too by Jeff Bandy to get down to third base. Altuve had it in his mind he was going to keep going because as a third baseman with the shift on, there's no coverage at third base. Coward came in, nice play. Now all of a sudden there's no one at third, but because of Jeff Bandy's hustle, he goes right down to the base to prevent Altuve from going all the way around second on that close play at first base against Rasmus.
Here's Evan Gattis, who struck out looking to end the first. Takes a strike.
I think Tropiano has to do. Bury that look back to second. Altuve loves to try to steal third base. Giavitello close to the base. That move right there, I don't think gets Altuve on a pickoff. He had to spin the other way around, be quicker. He's trying to read your leg as far as going, your front leg as far as going home.
No balls and 2 strikes. The other thing too is that if you're going to do that move, it's got to look like your normal move.
Yep. Good base runners.
And a lot of guys can't do it.
And the only time really that move works is on a 3-2 count with 2 outs. First and second, they're going. Normally, that'll work. Little spaghetti move called.
0-2 to Gattis. Breaking ball away. Both teams with 3 hits. Angels had multiple base runners on board in the same inning. The first time today in the third inning, but able to add to their 1-0 lead as Gaddis fouls this one back. Count remains at 1-2. Not a bad crowd this afternoon on a lazy Sunday afternoon in Southern California. Parts of the area had some rain this morning, light rain.
Yeah, a little drizzle on the drive down today.
The old May Gray. June gloom coming around the corner. Gaddis goes down swinging, 2 outs.
Everywhere else they call that precipitation. Everywhere else in the country, rain.
Yeah.
Every once in a while have some clouds, so we got to come up with some other name for it. Another good curveball from Tropiano. The thing that's impressive about his curveball could be 79 miles an hour. You get all the way up to around 83, 84.
Altuve still at second. Here's Valbuena with 2 outs. Valbuena worked the walk leading off the second inning. He will look at a strike. First time today the Astros have had a man reach scoring position.
One of the few that Tropiano has overthrown. That fastball, that front shoulder opened up very quickly. Elevated his fastball. Important right now to get back to your mechanics. Good time to take a little deep breath right there for Tropiano to get back, keep that front shoulder in, and hit his spot. And it's almost the exact same thing. We talked about that before with pitchers. When you fly wide open like that, that next pitch, always difficult to get back to your mechanics to be successful. It almost becomes muscle memory. That front shoulder was flying open. That's back-to-back pitches. For Tropiano, got to keep that front shoulder intact.
Popped up. Middle part of the infield. Tropiano trying to call for it. Now he realizes it's a lost cause. Caleb Coward
He's
makes
a good traffic cop, though.
Astros leave a man in scoring position. We're headed to the bottom of the fourth. Angels still on top. This telecast of Angels baseball on Fox Sports West is brought to you by Subaru. Make the world a better place. That's why they created Subaru Loves to Care. Subaru's commitment to a healthier community. By El Pollo Loco. Try the new double chicken salads today. And by Infinity. Visit your local Southern California Infinity retailer for a test drive today.
And the Angels lead the Astros 1-0 here at the bottom of the fourth. Now it's time for in the driver's seat. With Giavotella coming to the plate. In the driver's seat brought to you by Kia. Talked about Johnny Giavotella been swinging the bat so well. 5th in the AL with a .366 batting average since April 26th. That's 26 games for Johnny G.
Rolls one to the left side. Valbuena cuts in front of Gonzalez, and Johnny retired. He's 1 for 2 today.
See that sinking running fastball again. That's off the plate. Looks like it's middle part of the plate, and he runs that in on right-handed batters.
Oh, 1 count on Ortega. Did a fly ball to right field in the second that turned into a double play. The hit and run was on. Slap toward third and gloved by Valbuena on the 1-hop. Nice play by the Astros third baseman. 2 outs. Every fan matters when the Angels take on the Tigers Tuesday at 7:05. Fans in attendance will receive a stylish weathered baseball cap courtesy of Fox Sports West while supplies last. Visit angels.com/promotions to get your tickets today.
Can't wait for that one.
All the ushers in the ballpark and parking attendants wearing the old weathered hats.
I'm really looking forward to that one.
Looks good on you, man.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got the headset on.
Yeah.
It's big league.
I think if I could walk around town with the headset on, with the hat on, that'd be a good look.
There's no doubt about it. Anybody could pull it off. It'd be you. Pennington worked the walk in the second.
Well, it's never a bad time to walk around with a headset on. Just walk around town.
I do it around the house all the time. Just never know. You gotta be prepared.
Yeah. This is in case you want to have a conversation with somebody.
You're always doing all these phone interviews.
Yes.
You want to make sure that you look the part.
Just in case the Sports Lodge calls on.
Oh,
yes. Got to be ready.
Especially when Roger calls.
Yes.
Feel like a halo honk.
Yep.
Or something. 3-1. Full count. Four strikeouts and 2 walks for Fister. Payoff. Pennington goes down swinging, and the Angels go down in order. 4 complete. 1-0 Angels.
trade brought to you by Ram Trucks. We talked about that quick move from Nick Tropiano. Altuve with a big lead, the quick footwork, the throw, a little under 12 feet, how quick that is to shorten up the arm delivery, and the perfect throw and tag by Cowart on Altuve, who tries to get to that back part of the piece, a longer tag, but a quick tag by Cowart, all because of the footwork and the quick throwing motion by Nick Tropiano.
Did you get a launch angle there on that pickoff throw?
This one.
Oh, that.
Yeah. Thankfully, we weren't on camera for that one.
Looked like Johnny Unitas throwing a football.
Oh, I got the high tops.
Yeah, I like it. Tyler White, the first baseman, takes a strike. Grounded into a double play in the second, so he's 0 for 1. Tyler White's got the Evan Gattis starter kit working as far as the stance. Got the beard. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Anything different? Some batting gloves, though.
Yeah. Got to go au natural.
Yes.
Yes, he did. DJ Rayburn affirms. It'd be great if he had a long microphone like Gene Rayburn as an umpire.
Yes, he would.
Everywhere he went, he had the microphone. 1-2. That's off the chest of Bandy. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
They did have some classic guests on that show.
Oh, man.
An all-time great match game.
Yep. 2-2.
Whoa, that's a good pitch.
Full count.
A 2-seam fastball, lower part of the strike zone.
Richard Dawson was on that show quite a bit.
Yes. That's perfect right there. Lower part of the strike zone, 92, 2-seam fastball.
3-2, and he walked him. That's 4 straight innings that the leadoff man has reached for Houston. 3rd walk for Tropiano. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. Gonzalez takes a strike. Gonzalez tried to bunt his way on. That was that terrific play Tropiano made to end the second. Off speed. Pops out of the glove of Bandy, but White was headed back toward the bag. It's 0-2 count.
Even though Tropiano has 3 walks today, he's faced 16 batters, 13 first pitch strikes. The 6th time in this game he's been ahead of the count. 0-2.
Now the dirt, and White will take the extra base here.
It's a good read by White on that one. He saw that in the dirt, committed to going and trying to advance. It does so on the wild pitch. 3rd wild pitch of the season for Tropiano. Good secondary lead. As soon as he saw that baseball in the dirt, he goes. Gets into scoring position now with no outs.
Time called by Gonzalez. 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. 3 hits allowed for Tropiano thus far. Here's the 1-2. Gonzalez fouls it back. High fastball.
Maybe you put it in perspective, his last 2 starts before today for Tropiano in 13 2/3 innings pitched, combined 3 walks. 3 walks today. Again, going against his former team. Obviously, you want to go out there and perform at your best. Trying to maintain that 1-0 lead here. We're in the 5th inning.
Down goes Gonzalez. 1 down. Break the ball.
Center fielder, number 6, Jake Marisnick.
And he's been very good as far as his off-speed pitches. He's been able to throw his curveball, he's been able to throw his split-finger fastball, and his changeup. Talk about percentages of pitches, around 50% this season has been fastballs, the other 50% off speed. 4 punch outs in the game. That's a big strikeout there with the man in scoring position and no outs.
Marisnick had an infield base hit leading off the 3rd. That's the ball that went off the thumb wrist area of Yunel Escobar at 3rd base. Yunel had to be taken out of the game. Coward moved across the field to 3rd base. Cron, who had the day off, allegedly, down in the game at 1st. 1-0. Breaking pitch, and that's hit well out toward left center field. Ortega moving back on it. On the warning track and at the wall, and he cannot come up with it. It's a 2-run blast for Jake Marisnick, his first home run of the season. And it's a 2-1 Astros lead.
Two hits in the game for Marisnick. And hit high in the air. This is a breaking ball, got underneath, and this spins out over the middle part of the plate. See the leverage that Marisnick was able to create. Take it back to the wall, tried to time the leap. And just over the glove. That's a couple times we've seen Ortega with good hops out there, almost able to bring back a home run.
So the Astros with the lead as Kemp fouls it off. That's the first home run Marisnick has hit. He just picked up a 2nd and 3rd runs batted in. It's the 8th home run that Tropiano's allowed this year. No balls, 2 strikes on Kemp. Lined into a double play into 3rd. You hate to say it's inevitable, but you get 4 straight innings when the leadoff man reaches. You're living on the edge to begin with. Finally, the Astros push a run across. That one's down in the dirt.
Yeah, 2 things come into play when you're facing the Astros. When leadoff man on, the speed they have and also the power they possess. So you're trying to be quicker, you're trying to be fine with the pitch, and all of a sudden you make a mistake like that break ball to Marisnick. They can hit it out, even the lower part of the lineup for the Astros.
Kemp fouls it off. Count remains at 1-2. Kemp gets jammed. Lofts one out to shallow left field. Pennington racing out. It falls in there. Playing in the shift. Pennington had a long way to go, and it falls in there for a single.
Remember, we were talking about that earlier in the game against Kemp. And this little flare out to the outfield. If you're in a normal shortstop position, much easier route to be able to go back and catch that pop-up instead of a base hit. Now you have some speed at first base and a dangerous hitter at the plate.
Springer 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a pop-up. No balls and a strike. Two on Astros. We're in the 5th inning.
Very quick footwork for Tropiano. Now Kemp's reading it well.
No stolen base attempts yet for Kemp at the major league level. We mentioned last night over 100 stolen bases in 4 seasons in the minor leagues. Oh, what? Springer cues it foul. No balls, 2 strikes. .20 pitches thrown by Tropiano so far this inning. That's 74 for the ball game. 4 strikeouts and 3 walks. 0-2. Out back. Good lead for Kemp over at first. Flair single with 1 out for him. Down low.
Well, the unusual thing about this inning for Tropiano, he's had 3 0-2 counts on batters, yet he has thrown already over 20 pitches in this inning. 76 in the game, 51 of them strikes. Going back to what we talked about 3 starts ago, where he had a number of 0-2 counts, but wasted a lot of pitches out of the strike zone, especially when you have good stuff working. Finish off the hitter as quick as possible. Give yourself a chance to be in the game deeper and a chance to pick up a W.
Altuve already with a couple of hits is on deck. Springer pulls one down the left field line. This one is going to be foul.
He's worked that top hand swing throughout the series. Pulling a lot of pitches. Very difficult to do that when it's down and away. When it's elevated away, yes. Down and away, you need to be able to get that one down. See how close that was to being a fair ball, just about 1.5 feet away from that chalk line.
Count still at 1-2 strikes. Jake Marisnick, a 2-run home run here in the 5th to give the Astros a 2-1 lead.
And with Springer here, he got ahead of the count 0-2. He's already thrown 6 pitches in this sequence against him. Generally, when you get ahead of 0-2, 3, maybe 4 pitches max to finish off a hitter. A number of extra pitches thrown for Tropeano.
Full count. No doubt Kemp will be on the move now. Different Nick Tropeano in this start today than what we saw the last 2 starts, finishing off hitters. Kemp takes off. 3-2 is a swing and a miss. A throw down to second. You might get interference.
Yeah.
Nope, no call by Pat Hoburn.
Mike Scioscia wants to know that, and he wants to make sure to maybe bring him back to first base. He fell across the plate.
Completely in front of Jett Bandy.
There's no path for Bandy to throw the baseball. And on the follow through on the swing, as you can see right here for Springer, it's a fastball pretty much the heart of the plate, and then he falls right across. I mean, there's no path to throw the baseball if you're Bandy. And that's exactly what Mike Scioscia wants to know.
It looked like Bandy, I don't know that he's going to get him, obviously, but looked like he had to cut off his throw a little bit. And there goes the first stolen base of Kemp's big league career.
Again, if you make contact with the batter, one of 2 things can happen. You can call him out, interference, or just bring him back to first base.
So Kemp in scoring position, 2 outs, and here's Altuve. Couple of singles today, so he's 2 for 2.
He's been aggressive on the first pitch.
Lines one again to left center field. That'll make it 3-1 Houston. And the exact same pitch that Tropeano delivered in the 4th inning. Altuve turns around, picks up his 29th run batted in.
You know a hitter today. I mean, generally he's always been known to be aggressive on the first pitch. He did show some patience last night, but so far 3 at-bats in this game, he's been aggressive on the first pitch. You got to make sure you throw that pitch out of the strike zone. You know, how big is that stolen base now? If he's back at first or even called out, there's no run at this point.
And you've got first base open. He's the one guy in the lineup you don't want him to beat you. Take your chances with Rasmus.
Again, he's going to be swinging. You use that to your advantage when you're a pitcher. Let him swing at something well out of the strike zone.
Now the throws to first will begin with Altuve at first. Rasmus will walk in the first and a ground out in the 4th. 3 runs here for Houston in the 5th. This one down the right field line off the end of the bat. Calhoun moving over, and he'll make the catch in foul territory for the 3rd out. But the Stros strike for 3. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Angels now trailing 3-1. World's biggest soccer stars converge on the United States for the 100th anniversary of the Copa America. It all starts as USA takes on Colombia Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific on FS1, or you can watch the entire tournament live on Fox Sports Go. Here at the bottom of the fifth, the Angels down 3-1 will send up 8, 9, and 1. Bandy, Cowart, and Crone. Jed Bandy 0 for 1 with a fly ball to center. 5 strikeouts for Fister. 2 walks as Bandy rolls a foul.
And Fister works extremely fast. You see how aggressive he is, especially when he's facing a right-handed batter. Sitting on the bench for quite a while in that last half inning. The Angels can take advantage of that. 2 walks, 5 strikeouts for Fister so far. Now into the 5th inning.
Just off the plate. And there's a leadoff walk. Borderline pitch.
Third baseman, number 22, Caleb Cowart.
Cowart with a base hit. Takes a strike.
Boy, really slowed down his delivery on the curveball. Well off the outside corner.
It's 1-2. Foul back. Being told that Yunel Escobar leaving the game with left wrist contusion. Listed as day-to-day. Cowart got started at first, moved across over to third when Escobar got taken out in the 3rd inning. In the dirt. Bandy's not going anywhere. He'll remain at first. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Fister, remember, talk about from Fresno State. He wasn't able to make it in the major leagues as a baseball player. Wanted to be an architect or part of his family tradition over the years, either fireman or policeman.
Called strike 3, 1 down. Strikeout number 6.
4th generation of firemen throughout the Fister family. Great grandfather, fireman back in the 19th century.
Crone 0 for 1. Struck out looking into third.
Long look down at Ron Renicky for C.J. Crone for a potential sign. The only thing you think of is potentially is a hit and run put on.
Hit and run is on, and it's fouled off. Oh, catcher's interference with Gaddis reaching for it. So now it goes an error on Gaddis.
So far this game, you have a walk and an error on the catcher. See where the glove is. See where the runner going. He's trying to be quicker with that off the glove. He made contact with the bat on the catcher's mitt, which was interference. You have the right guy up who's had a good swing and a walk. Back to my Hyundai key for this game today. Bringing on the heartbreak. An opportunity now for Cole Calhoun. 1 for 1 with a walk. That one being a home run. 2 runners on now, trying to do some damage.
Call a home run in the first inning and a walk in the third. Home run is 4th. The RBI is 24th. Last time the Angels had 2 on with 1 out. Fister struck out Trout and Pujols to get out of the 3rd inning. One ball, 1 strike. Handles 0 for 2 so far this afternoon with men in scoring position. Gets away. The runners will advance. Bandy to third. Thrown to second base. The wild pitch.
4th wild pitch of the season for Fister. You can see just the difference in his confidence when he's facing a left-handed batter. This one well in the dirt in front of the plate. Gaddis unable to keep it in front of him. A number of pitches so far in this inning have been bouncing the breaking ball. Some pretty good arms in the outfield here for the Astros, though. Keep that in mind, a base hit in the outfield. 3-2-1 breaking ball. Base open, but on deck, Mike Trout. Who coming into the game 4 for 10 in his career versus Fister. Although 0 for 2 today.
Cole asking for time. He's ahead of the count at 3-1.
He's got to be sitting fastball here, you would think.
Infield playing back, and there's a walk. So they're loaded up for Trout. The second walk of the inning and the 4th of the game for Fister.
And it really appeared that he wasn't content to go after Calhoun at all. Breaking ball off the outside corner, first pitch. Fastball, 2-seamer, catching the outside part of the plate. Then curveball in the dirt, wild pitch. Another curveball in the dirt, 3-1, then fastball off the inside corner. Brings up Trout with the bases loaded.
Bandy at third, Crone at second, Calhoun at first. First one to Trout. Down low.
And it doesn't happen often, but he didn't look like he was comfortable going after Cole. He'd much rather go after Trout.
1-1. Trout 0 for 2, a ground ball to short, and a strikeout in the 3rd.
We'll go back to his numbers and the way his splits this year. Right-handed batters, 176 against the batting average. Lefties, 304.
Fouled off, and it's 1-2. Kemp deep and left. Marisnick shallow at center, as is Rasmussen right. Rasmussen toward the line and right. The infield looking for a double play ball. Tough to turn with Trout, unless he squares something up right to an infielder.
Last time up against Trout, he bounced the breaking ball to get a swing and miss.
Here's the 1-2. Going back to that well. Evens up the count. The Astros scoring 3 times in the top of the inning. 2-run home run by Marisnick and an RBI single by Altuve. And the Angels trying to answer back here. A couple of walks and a catcher's interference to load him up. Full count.
It's a slider there from Fister. 3-2.
Didn't throw too many of those today.
Still be surprised if he threw him a fastball. He might try to run one inside on him, though.
Coming up will be the 25th pitch of the inning for Fister. 3-2, check swing, foul. Got a fastball up.
That's the one thing Trout has hit very well this season. .476 batting average on high pitches. And that one, fastball up, but because so many of those pitches in this sequence have been down either at the knees or below the strike zone, he almost snuck that one by him, and that would have been a strike.
Payoff again. Trout bats his one back up the middle, and that is off the glove of Gonzalez. One run is in, and the Angels now trail at 3-2 as the bases remain loaded with one out. Trout picking up his 37th RBI.
Pretty good play by Gonzalez to knock that one down. That's through the infield. That's going to score the tying run. No play on it, but that's what you want to do as an infielder. Just knock the baseball down to prevent that from getting into the outfield. You see the dive, the effort. You're not going to get Trout. You're not going to get Calhoun at second, but you prevent another run from scoring.
Brent Strom, the pitching coach, a quick visit to the mound.
So far this inning, 2 walks, catches interference, and an infield single.
Albert has struck out twice today against Fister. Takes a strike. Crow now at third, Calhoun at second with Trout over at first. Ground ball to third. Valbuena short hops it. Fires to Altuve, and that's an inning-ending double play. The Angels get one as we head to the 6th inning. Astros on top 3-2.
In the top of the 6th, now it's time for the T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball. Kansas City looks like they're going to beat Chicago once again. Another comeback, 5-4. Oakland losing to Detroit 2-0. Washington all over St. Louis, but a big swing. We're going to give you that game break right after this batter. What a swing down there in Tampa.
Evan Gattis will lead things off for the Stros here in the 6th inning. He hits one past Pennington. It's a leadoff single.
There's that game break. Talk about that game with the Yankees down in Tampa Bay. Go to Rizzi. Had not given up a hit at this point, but certainly Castro with one on. 2-run home run. The only hit of the game for the Yankees. They did win that one 2-1 on that swing from Castro.
Did the Rangers win a game earlier this year? Maybe the first game of the year with one hit?
Yes.
Something like that. Leadoff man on board once again for the Astros. Here's Valbuena. Takes low. Tropiano with 5 strikeouts. He's walked 3. Now allowed 7 hits. Struck out Gaddis in his first 2 plate appearances before that single to start this 6th inning. Valbuena walk and a pop-up. Cron playing in front of Gaddis over at first base. 2-0. 3-0.
These pitches by Tropiano against Valbuena missing by quite a bit. When you see that from Trop, it's because that front shoulder flying wide open. It's right here. It will fly open and go work its way that way, and that's when he struggles with command.
And a 4-pitch walk puts 2 men on here to start the 6th inning. Nagy's going to come out and pay a visit. The Angels have action going in their bullpen. Cam Bedrosian first man up.
First baseman, number 13, Tyler White.
Now 4 walks issued by Tropiano. This season high is 5, and that was at Milwaukee on May the 3rd.
White has rolled into 2 double plays this season. I think that 3 once earlier today.
Caught the inside corner. White 0 for 1. Double play ball in the 2nd. Walked and scored in the 5th.
Got to try to keep that front shoulder in. Same applies to a batter when they fly open. Same things happen with Tropiano. They see the last 2 innings.
Two balls and a strike. The Astros with 3 runs on 7 hits. They've committed 1 error. That was the catcher's interference on Gaddis, and they've stranded 3. Halos with 2 runs on 4 hits. Left 5 on base, including 2 in the 5th inning. Albert grounding into the inning-ending double play with the bases loaded. Marisnick with a 2-run home run in the 5th. 2-1. 3-1. Might be the last batter for Tropiano. Marvin Gonzalez on deck. And there's a walk. So they're loaded up now with nobody out here. Mike Scioscia's coming up the steps. Nick Tropiano is done for the afternoon. 5 walks today. And he will depart with property all over the place. Cam Bedrosian will be called upon here to get the Angels out of this. Trying to keep it a 1-run deficit. A pitching change in the 6th inning. Houston on top 3-2. With nobody out here in the 6th inning, and Cam Bedrosian gets called upon to try to put out this fire. Starting out, who's in, who's out. Bedrosian pitching in his 18th game. 1-0 record, a 1.20 ERA, 15 innings of work, 15 hits allowed, 18 strikeouts, and 5 walks. Cam pitched on Friday night, went 2/3 of an inning. Gave up a hit that brought home 2 runs. Those 2 runs, unfortunately, got charged to Matt Shoemaker. Now Bedrosian needing to clean this up and keep these runs off the ledger of Nick Tropiano. Gaddis at 3rd, Valbuena at 2nd, Tyler White at 1st. Marwin Gonzalez will be the batter. Corner infielders playing in. Coward at 3rd and Cron at 1st. Gonzalez tried to butt his way on to the 2nd, and he struck out in the 5th, so he's 0 for 2. First pitch breaking ball for a strike.
It's the one thing Bedrosian can do. He can get a strikeout. His breaking ball has been pretty consistent. The velocity on his fastball, 94, 96 range. Could use a strikeout and then a ground ball double play.
This one hit toward second base. Giavotella flips it to Pennington for 1. The relay back, a double play. The run scores, so the Astros get that run. The Angels put on the board in the 5th back. And it's back to a 2-run lead. It's 4-2.
Well turned by the middle infield today for the Angels. Giavotella quickly over to Pennington, a 4-6-3 double play. Earlier we had a 6-4-3 double play.
Valbuena ends up at 3rd. And here's Jake Marisnick. Fastball up and in. Home run that Marisnick hit in the 5th inning, his first of the season. 2-run shot. Picking up his 2nd and 3rd RBIs. Two balls, no strikes. Marisnick last year with 9 home runs and 36 RBIs. Two on 1. 96 on the fastball. Fastball out toward right field. Chasing Cole back a couple of steps. He'll put it away, so he does limit the damage to just 1 run. Went to the bottom of the 6th inning. Halos trail at 4-2. Bottom of the 6th inning, Johnny J. Vitello to lead things off for the Angels. He'll be followed by Rafael Ortega and then Cliff Pennington. Facing Doug Fister. 6 strikeouts, 4 walks for Fister. That's 9 combined walks between the starters today. Johnny 1 for 2 with a single and a ground out.
.69-mile-an-hour curveball. Throwing him at 70, 71.
Fastball missing away. Breaking ball low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two to Johnny. Ground ball toward short. That's Marvin Gonzalez. One down. Register your little angel for the 2016 Junior Angels Kids Club for only $18. Members receive 4 ticket vouchers, a Junior Angels lunch bag, and other exclusive gifts. Sign up today at angels.com/juniorangels. Ortega looks at a strike.
7 outs via the ground ball for Doug Fister in this game.
Two balls and a strike. Ortega lines one toward Valbuena, gets up high, throw, and Ortega will reach. Had plenty of time, just got underneath that throw, and that'll be an error on Valbuena's 3rd of the season.
He's had a couple high throws to first base. in this game. Earlier it was saved by White. This time unable to do so. Hit well by Ortega, but then that sidearm throw elevates it. White off the base. Got to come back, but Ortega runs well. Ends up beating that out.
Cliff Pennington has drawn a walk and he has struck out so far today, so he's 0 for 1.
Oh, he quick pitched him there. This thing with Fister will hold the baseball, but also try to be quick to the plate. Very difficult to steal against. He's allowed 1 stolen base this year. He's 18 in his career. Very quick to the plate. These times are going to be 1-1 to 1-1-5. The average around 1.3 to 1.35 as far as average times to the plate. Very, very quick.
Scott Feldman getting ready. Quick for a big guy too. 6 feet, 8 inches tall. Second tallest pitcher in Astros history. One or two. Randy Johnson, the tallest.
Yes.
J.R. Richards.
I was going to say J.R. Richards.
6'8".
Yes.
Yeah.
Talk about an intimidating pitcher. Well, both of them. We've had their share of those over the years wearing an Astro uniform. From Nolan.
Breaking pitch lined up the middle, almost decapitates Fister. Ortega will head to third, bobbled by Marisnick, but that is all. So the Angels with runners at first and third with 1 out, and Jet Bandy coming up.
Off-speed pitch, breaking ball, and just right over the head of Fister. Flying drive, but keep in mind, Pennington just 1 for 22 in his career versus Fister. Gets a base hit. He's also had a walk in this game. After Bandy, for a quick conversation.
Here comes Brent Strom, the pitching coach. 92 pitches so far for Fister. Bandy 0 for 1. Hit a fly ball to center field in the second, and he walked and scored in the 5th.
One thing that's bad to say for Bandy, he's got to try to get a pitch upper part of the strike zone to hit in the air. That conversation with Brent Strom and Doug Fister is going to be about running that fastball down and in. Very similar to what you saw with Albert Pujols at the plate last inning. Have some patience, get a fastball, elevate it, and then drive it.
Broken bat roller toward the left side. Valbuena cuts it off, goes to second. And the relay back to first, not in time. The run scores. And it's 4-3 Houston now. Astros will have a look at it down in the clubhouse.
As they pretty much do every single play. The Astros are very big on checking out replay. That was an unbelievable turn by Altuve, how quick he is. Didn't think they had a shot at turning a double play. He catches that baseball. It's a low throw, and he's rid of that baseball as quick as he can. And with a lot on it, looks like the foot's on the base and beats that one out for a run scored.
So credit Bandy with an RBI, his 3rd of the year. Here's Caleb Cowher. Slices this one foul. No balls and a strike. Caleb with a single and a strikeout. This is back toward the middle. Gonzalez has it on one hop. He'll go to first. And the Angels are done here.
That was real close. He gets down there quickly.
In the 6th inning. They get 1 run back. 6 complete as we head to the 7th. Halos down 4-3. This telecast of Angels baseball on Fox Sports West is brought to you by Energy Upgrade California. It's easy to stay golden at energyupgradeca.org and by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Halos down 4-3, top of the 7th inning. 9-1-2 coming up to face Cam Bedrosian. Cam entered the game in the 6th inning with the bases loaded, nobody out. Got a double play ball and a fly ball to right, allowing just one run to come across. Tony kept the leadoff man, and he'll pull one. Glove by Giavotella. Holy hops!
Johnny be good at everything lately. Defensively, offensively, running the bases. And the hops. You mentioned that, Victor. What a play by Giavotella. Skying up to make the play. Outstanding play.
The flying cannoli does it again.
Yes, he does. And the showman that he is.
Here's George Springer, the DH. Takes a strike. Springer 0 for 3 today with a couple of strikeouts and a pop-up. No balls, 2 strikes. One-two. Down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Altuve on deck. Action at both bullpens down in left field. Pfister may be done after his 6 innings. 2-2.
Another one of those counts too. 0-2 to 3-2 again. Especially for a club that will strike out a lot and is very aggressive. You got to give them something at least close enough to get them to chase something out of the strike zone.
Mally's up for the Angels. Giles up for the Astros. Halos at the top of the order coming up in the 7th. Payoff pitch. This is lined to short. Pennington has a go off his body to Giavotella. Throws on to first. And it's safe at first. The call.
Second baseman, number 27.
Getting a little of that top hand swing once again from Springer. And off the foot, looks like this barely tipped the glove. You keep your feet, just move over, laterally move over. You have a chance at that one. When you get into that slide like that, it's more difficult to keep the eyes and the glove still enough to catch a line drive like that.
That's called a hit, by the way. Ball in the air. Who would your Ernie beat in today's game, the way they score games?
Well, especially when I was a ground ball pitcher. Yeah, I might have a few more earned runs. Lots of them.
Altuve 3 for 3 with 3 singles. Fouled off. With Malley ready to go, figure could be the last batter for Bedrosian. Rasmus on deck. 1-1 pitch. That's up and in. 2 balls and a strike. Checking in on Springer. 3 stolen bases, has been caught 6 times. Two one. 3 balls and a strike now.
Almost more of a product of trying to be too quick to the plate. Especially with the velocity that Cam could throw the baseball. Just go to your normal mechanics. Trust Jet Bandy be able to throw out Springer if he tried to steal.
Springer takes off, line to right, a base hit. Springer keeps on running. Calhoun will get the baseball back in. That's a 4-hit game for Jose Altuve, his 2nd of the season. A pitch that was up in the zone.
And every one of the hits today pretty much against Altuve have been up in the strike zone. Very good as far as pitches elevated. Altuve, a .343 career hitter against Angel pitching. That's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, almost letter high, but he does such a great job of getting at the barrel of the bat on that baseball upstairs in the strike zone.
So Bedrosian works 1 inning. He'll depart with runners at 1st and 3rd. 1 out here in the 7th. Angels down to run. At 1st and 3rd with 1 out here in the 7th inning. Greg Malley takes over on the mound for Cam Bedrosian. 20th game this year for Malley. He's 1-0, .420 ERA, 12 strikeouts, 9 walks in his 15 innings of work. He's going to face Colby Rasmus, who is over 2 so far today.
Right fielder, number 28, Colby Rasmus.
Rasmus against left-handed pitching this season, 172 batting average.
got to be pay attention to Altuve at first base. Might be on the move. Springer's over at third. Pennington shading Rasmus toward the middle, but still on the shortstop side of second base. No balls, 2 strikes. Left that pitch up.
Yeah, that was a mistake pitch. Rasmus has been very good with runners in scoring position. The season .348 batting average with 4 home runs.
Could be a one-batter situation here. The Angels have action in their bullpen once again. With the right hand hitting Evan Gattis on deck. Unless, of course, he can induce the double play to get the Angels out of this inning. Way outside. 1-2. One, 2 now. Missed inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, the one pitch that could really be effective for Mahle as he continues maturation process in the big leagues. He can get a sinker on lefty who starts looking away a little bit.
Exactly.
Keep it in on the hands. The chopper toward the middle. Could be 2. Pennington at the bag. Has it. There it is. A double play. So the Astros leave a man in scoring position. It is stretch time here at the Big A as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Top of the order coming up. The Angels trailing by the score of 4-3, and we're going to stick right here as we honor America with the singing of God Bless America.
We ask that you please rise and kindly remove your caps. On this patriotic weekend, prior to singing "Take Me Out to the Ballgame," please join Gilbert in singing "God Bless America."
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean.
For the Angels, Hale has managed 5 hits today. Cole Calhoun with a home run back in the first inning. 3 runs in this ball game, 2 earned against Doug Fister, who's no longer in the game after 6 innings. He gives way to the right-hander with a terrific arm. The name of Ken Giles in his first season with the Houston Astros of being acquired in a 7-player deal this offseason from the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, power fastball, 93 to 98 range. Hard slider also.
He has struggled pitching down his 25th game. 0-2 mark, a 5.75 ERA. He's going to face Crone, Calhoun, and Trout here in the 7th. Yunel Escobar taken out of the game with contusion in his wrist after getting hit on the ball, hit by Marisnick in the 3rd inning. That's why Crone's in the leadoff spot. Yunel had 1 at bat today. One ball, 1 strike on Crone. 0 for 2. Check that, 0 for 1. Struck out in the 3rd. Doesn't get charged with an at bat. The catcher's interference in the 5th. One and 2.
Yeah, fastball there at 98 mile-an-hour fastball.
Seventh round pick by the Phillies in 2011. Slider and missed.
It's a pretty good slider. Knew he was going to throw him there, especially after a fastball in that same plane. Might come right back with another slider.
Giles with 15 saves last year with Philadelphia, 6-3 record and a 1.80 ERA in 69 games. 2-2 upstairs, full count. 20 in the 3rd innings, 27 strikeouts for the right-hander. Walked 8. He's also allowed 4 home runs. Foul back. Another payoff, and that is drilled out to center field. Marisnick playing shallow, is not going to get there. One hopper off the fence. Crone on his way to second, and just barely gets in there with a stand-up double.
And you could see that Altuve was trying to catch that baseball quickly and apply a tag, but unable to catch that one. Ball was crushed by C.J. Crone. Fastball pretty much down the heart of the plate, belt high. And that's the swing we've been waiting for quite some time. C.J. Crone one hops at 396 sign, but Marisnick gets that in quickly. That's a close play, could have been.
So the tying run in scoring position. Here's Cole Calhoun. A home run and 2 walks against Fister today. First one is off the plate. I misspoke. 3 runs, 1 earned for Fister today. Evens up the count at a ball and a strike. Six strikeouts, 4 walks for Fister. Double for Crone, his 6th. 1-1 pitch. Trying to go down and get the off speed, and it's 1-2.
And ideally, you'd love to see a base hit for Cole, but the worst case scenario, at least hit a ground ball on that right side of the infield to advance Crone to 3rd.
Cole strikes out swinging. Gattis will have to throw down to first to complete the strikeout, and he does. One down. Halo's now 1 for 6 on the afternoon with men in scoring position.
Center fielder, number 27.
Here comes Trout. Mike had an infield base hit in his last at bat. Picked up an RBI.
He gets a first pitch fastball. You might see Trout being aggressive on that first pitch.
Fastball just off the plate. One ball, no strikes. Right-handers have hit Giles a little bit better than lefties. 286. Lefties at 256. RBI for Trout in the last inning. It's 37th, perfect 2 innings ago. Breaking ball. Puts it back into the count. It's 1-1. Check swing. One around.
See from this angle, hard slider. Yep. No question across the plate. Very difficult to hold up on a swing, especially when you're dealing with the guys throwing mid to upper 90s to begin with.
Down the 1-2. Another slider. Gattis can't find the baseball, and Crow will take the extra base.
And you try to communicate to the catcher when you're on the mound here exactly where that ball is in the dirt. And he's not even telling him exactly where. He's just going in towards the plate as a pitcher. You got to say exactly. It's right middle, away, left, right. You got to make some kind of communication because the catcher at that point has no idea where the baseball's at.
Forces the infield in a 1-run game. Tying run at third. 2-2 now. Trout takes upstairs.
Real close.
Yeah, borderline pitch. It could have gone the other way. Full count.
Be surprised if he didn't throw a slider here, even though he throws upper 90s. His go-to swing and miss pitch, his hard slider.
Pujols on deck. Payoff. Breaking pitch down the line, foul.
Came with the slider. This time, mistake pitch. Brings his hands inside that baseball, almost. Is that fair? But clearly beyond the base at third. That's pretty cool right there.
Breaking ball walked him.
And back-to-back sliders. Reason why I thought he might do that, that's his, besides being the go-to pitch, he still sets up potentially a double play ball. It was an open base. See if Trout would chase.
A.J. Hinch brings the entire infield in.
Talking strategy on this one.
If you're Trout, aren't you on the move?
Yes. That's the strategy they're talking about. Gattis, a couple of years ago, when his primary position was catcher with the Braves, allowed 53 stolen bases in 66 attempts.
First one to Albert. Breaking ball, first strike. Pujols 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a double play ball. Little flare to right center. That'll get down for a hit. Cron will score. Trout on the way to third, and we are tied at 4.
Albert Pujols his 17th RBI in his last 17 games. Ran that fastball in. Albert brings that elbow in once again. We showed that the other day on his home run a couple days ago on a fastball up. This time the same thing. Brings his hands in, his elbow to his body, and fights that one off for an RBI single. Weave with the approval.
Here's Giavotella, 1 for 3. Push ball, safety squeeze. It'll bring in the go-ahead run. They get the out, and the Angels are up 5-4.
Good base running for Trout. Got over to third on that flare by Pujols, and a job well done by Giavotella. The safety squeeze, the push bunt worked perfectly. Gets an RBI. And seeing that baseball down, it's not a suicide squeeze, that's a safety squeeze to make sure that baseball is down on the ground. And a job well done by Johnny Giavotella, who's done it all today. Base hit, some solid defensive work, and an RBI for Giavotella.
15th run batted in. Pujols at second base. Angels on top 5-4. Here's Ortega. Chopper toward short. And the Angels are done here in the 7th inning, but they scored twice on a couple of hits and a safety squeeze. We head to the 8th inning. Angels lead at 5-4.
Angels score a couple runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Fernando Salas on his way in to hold things down as we approach the top of the 8th. Angels up 5-4 over the Astros in the series finale here at the Big A. Kent French with you right outside, and after this one is over, it's Angels Live presented by your SoCal Mazda dealers, myself, Jose Mota, Tim Salmon, of course, Alex Curry, bringing you all the highlights and interviews. We're also going to preview the Memorial Day matchup tomorrow night. First pitch is at 6:05. Jhoulys Chacin taking on Justin Verlander. Detroit coming to town for the first time this season. That's all tomorrow night, and that's all. We're going to preview it on the post-game show. But right now, let's head inside to Mark and Victor, guys.
Can't wait to see a lot of Snapchats with Kent French on Memorial Day tomorrow.
No doubt.
He is starting to become the king of Snapchat, as we see Fernando Salas.
We call him Snappy now.
We do? Oh, yeah, that's right, we do.
Yeah.
23rd game for Salas, 2-1 record, 2.09 ERA. He comes in the 8th inning with a 5-4 Angels lead to face Gaddis, Valbuena, and Tyler White. Greg Mahle, pitcher of record now for the Angels since he got the double play ball off the bat of Rasmus to finish off the 7th inning. Gaddis a 1-for-3 game. Single with a run scored in the 6th. First action of the series for Fernando. Matter of fact, hadn't pitched since Monday against Texas when he worked 1 inning. This is driven out toward right center field. Calhoun is not going to get there. Off the fence. Gaddis going to try to go to second. The throw from Calhoun a little bit offline. And instead of a potential out, it's a leadoff double for Gaddis.
This pitch out over the plate. Like a slider, a changeup upstairs. And Gaddis, that good power, lines it off the wall. Cole got himself in good throwing position, but just dropped his elbow and elevated that throw. One of the best outfield arms in that right field position in baseball, Cole, but just a little bit high on the throw.
Valbuena takes up and away. Astros have had their leadoff man reach in 6 of the 8 innings today. 2 have scored. Valbuena pulls it foul. Astros third baseman 0 for 1 with a pop-up. He's also drawn 2 walks. Will Harris, Scott Feldman. And that is down the line, a fair ball. Gaddis will come in to score. Valbuena's on his way to second. The throw from Calhoun, a good one, and they got him. It's a single with an RBI for Valbuena. Gunned down at second, 1 out.
Well, the Astros tested Cole once. Successful, not twice. Got behind that throw perfectly. Off the wall, the momentum going the right way. The crow hop, perfect throw on the money. It's all about getting that position to make a perfect throw and quick tag by Pennington. Second outfield assist of the year for Cole Calhoun.
A couple of hard hit baseballs too by the first 2 batters for Houston. Fernando not fooling many. Here's Tyler White behind the counter 0-1. He's walked twice and grounded into a double play. 5-5 now in the 8th.
Boy, Fernando has been so good this season for the Angels, coming in with an ERA just above 2. Very good career numbers against the Astros. Also ERA for the career 2.20 with 4 career saves against the Astros.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Astros with 11 hits today. The Angels with 7. And that is pulled down the left field line, but hooking foul. Again, Salas better get those pitches down in the zone.
Yeah, so used to seeing him spot his pitches so well, whether it's his fastball, slider, or changeup.
Called strike 3, got him looking on the inside corner, 2 down.
And that pitch, good movement, great location. Fastball, two-seamer at the knees, framed well by Jeff Bandy.
So 2 outs, bases clear, and Marwin Gonzalez at the plate. The shortstop's 0 for 3. Takes a strike. No balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, how do you not see that?
Yeah.
How did Pat Hoberg not see that Gonzalez almost swung at that pitch, trying to bunt his way on?
See him trying to bring that bat back, but clearly at that point, he made a pass at it.
Out to left. Ortega's there. Astros tied up on the single by Val Buena after the leadoff double. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Pennington, Bandy, Coward coming up. It's a 5-5 game. At 5, new pitcher on for the Houston Astros. It's Scott Feldman taking over. Ken Giles ended up giving up 2 runs in his 1 inning of work. Feldman pitching in his 13th game. He's made 4 starts this year for Houston. 2-3 and a 3.62 ERA. 27 strikeouts, 12 walks, and 32 1/3.
Yeah, Feldman's fastballs 88 to 92. So a cut fastball, a lot of cut fastballs. 41% of his pitches. Curveball and split finger fastball.
So Pennington to lead things off against the right-hander. Feldman now his 3rd season with Houston. 18 starts last year for them. On the DL a couple of times last year, limiting him to just 18 starts. Pennington with a walk, a strikeout, and a single. Time is called. Baseball on the warning track by the Astros dugout. Now the 0-2. Breaking ball low.
Feldman in 27 career games against the Angels, 6-9 with an ERA 4.65.
Ball skipping through the seats like a rock on a pond. Another 1-2 outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Five runs, 11 hits, couple of errors, and 5 left on for Houston. 5 runs, 7 hits, 7 left on for the Angels. 2-2 on the way. This is again fouled back to left. Nice play in the first row, and he goes down and hangs on. What a great play.
Oh, that was outstanding. A standing O.
No glove either.
What a play.
That's called giving up the body.
Yes.
Little flare out to left field. That is going to get down for a leadoff single.
That's a good at bat though by Pennington. Fought off some tough pitches, able to flare that one in to the outfield for a base hit. Talk about placement of a baseball. It's exactly what Pennington was able to do. Bueno looking into the bench for the Astros. I wonder if to come in there just in case Bandy would square around the bunt.
0 for 2 today. Pushes a bunt up the first base line. Gaddis has it. Throws on to Altuve. They sacrifice. Puts the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Well done by Jet Bandy.
One out for Caleb Coward. Coward a 1 for 3 game with a single back in the third. His first big league start at first base. That lasted all of 2+ innings. The injury to Yurnel Escobar. Breaking pitch went around. So it's an 0-1 count. All 3 outfielders playing shallow for Houston.
It's blocked on that breaking ball in the dirt by Gaddis.
Joe Smith getting ready. One. Bouncer back toward the mound. 2 outs. So Pennington over at third base now. And CJ Cron coming to the plate. One for 2.
Feldman going to pitch from the full windup here.
Cron doubling in his last at bat to lead off the 7th. Came around to score one of the 2 runs. Halos taking a 5-4 lead in the 7th, only to see the Astros tied up in the 8th.
Feldman, no wild pitches this year, 8 last year. Tennessee to bounce that breaking ball in the dirt.
One down low, 2 balls and a strike. Pennington over third base with 2 outs, 2-1. Breaking pitch, cut on and missed. 2-2. Astros in the 9th of 8-9-1 due up Marisnick, Kemp, and Springer. Mentioned Joe Smith getting ready. Pitch him inside here. Full count.
Pretty good movement on that at 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Feldman. We'll throw a lot of cut fastballs. And his curveball, his go-to swing and miss pitch.
Here's the payoff. Cron just got a piece of it. Fooled on the breaking pitch. Pennington leading off this 8th inning with a base at the left. Another payoff. A ground ball to second. Altuve's got it. Halos leave a man at third base. We head to the 9th inning. Tied at 5. Weekend, well, you wouldn't have to miss a pitch if you had the Fox Sports Go app. Download it today and watch baseball wherever you go. Fernando Salas back out for his 2nd inning of work. 8-9-1 coming up for the Stros. Marisnick to lead things off. He's had a 2-hit game with a single and a 2-run home run. 2 for 3 overall. Fernando gave up a run in the 8th inning on a couple of hits. Double and a single. One ball, one strike. Line towards short and glove by Pennington. One down.
What nice plays by middle infielders on line drives today. Pennington able to get that one. Johnny Giavitello earlier in the game.
Left fielder, number 16, Tony Kemp.
Marisnik has hit the ball very well today. Pennington leaps up. Nice play on that line drive.
So one out, nobody on for Tony Kemp. No more overshift with Kemp at the plate. Pennington, a more traditional shortstop position. Kemp is 1 for 3. Line down to third, single to left. Line down to Giavitello. One ball, one strike. Coward in over at third base. 2 balls, 1 strike. George Springer on deck, looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth for the Angels. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols. Bounce over to first. Crone's got it. 2 down.
Designated hitter, number 4, George Springer.
Important to keep that speed off the base, especially with the dangers towards Springer. At the plate now for the Astros.
Springer 1 for 4 with a single in the 7th. Sun finally breaks through here today. Overcast skies the entire afternoon. One down low. 2 balls and a strike. This is hit on a 1-hop. Pennington's got it. And the Astros go down in order. We get to the bottom of the ninth. Gooby, 2, 3, and 4 coming up for the Halo.
Yeah, you got to feel good about this part of the lineup. Very effective this season, very effective last season. A lot of power. Who's got the walk-off in him here today?
2, 3, and 4 coming up for the Angels. The Astros have gone to their bullpen and brought in Will Harris. Harris has been just absolutely spectacular so far this year. 23rd game, 0-1 and a .40 ERA. 25 strikeouts in 22 and a third innings, and only 3 walks.
And fastball, good movement on his fastball. So 88 to 93 range and curveball. 69% fastballs, 31% curveballs. Lefties hitting 225 against him, righties 098. Has not allowed a home run yet this year.
3 infielders on the right side, and Cole will take a big curveball for a strike. Harris takes over for Feldman. It's a scoreless 8th inning. Second season with the Astros. Harris last year 68 games, had a 1.90 ERA. Picking up a couple of saves. A waiver pickup prior to last year. That's off the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cole 1 for 2 with a home run, a couple of walks, and a strikeout. Two on the way. Popped up. Gonzalez, the shortstop, is there. 1 out.
The sunglasses on, you see the sun in the eyes now. Two for 2 in his career versus Will Harris. Has had 3 walk-off home runs in his career.
Two hits for Trout against Harris, both doubles. Michael 1 for 3 game. RBI single in the 5th, walked and scored in the 7th. Outfield very deep now. Two balls, 1 strike. Pujols on deck. There's the 2-1 pitch. Fouled back.
And he ran that one in there just enough. That started middle of the plate, but good running action in on Trout.
Two. Breaking pitch in the dirt. So full count now. Payoff pitch from Harris. And he walked him. to the winning run, standing at first base now with Albert up.
Second walk of the game for Trout. 31 walks on the season. On base percentage coming into the game today, .408. Been on base 3 times out of his 5 at bats.
Quick check in, and Trout easily gets back. Albert 1 for 4, had an RBI base hit in the 7th inning. Pujols 0 for 4 in his career against Harris. Full shift on with Albert at the plate. The right side completely open. And once again with Albert up and the winning run standing at first. Outfield playing deep. No doubles alignment.
And Harris has allowed 1 stolen base and 1 attempt in his career. 12 stolen bases. This one time the runner has been caught trying to steal.
Low throw, nice play by White at first.
I think Trout's on the move here. And when you see numbers like that, as far as the pitcher having a difficult time as far as slowing down a running game, you got to take a shot.
See the good lead by Trout at first. Doesn't go, and Albert fouls the first one back.
By getting ahead of the count now, you can afford a pitch out here if you're Houston.
One out walk to Trout. He's at first. Doesn't go. Albert shoots one out toward right center field. Rasmus coming on, and that'll fall in there. Trout had to hold up to make sure Rasmus didn't make the catch. Albert with his second hit of the ball game, and the Angels have runners at first and second with 1 out.
And Mike Trout going on that well hit baseball by Albert in the right center field, but they had to make sure that ball was down first. Fastball right down the heart of the plate, goes inside out again, brought his hands in on the baseball and looking to see if Trout can go to third, but because Rasmus charged that well, there's no way you're going to be able to go. He didn't read it well. It wasn't going quite as quickly.
Yeah, a little hesitation there,
making sure that baseball was down. And Rasmus with 5 outfield assists this season in right.
First and second. Here's Johnny Giavitello. 1 for 3. Off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes.
This is Johnny Giavitello time. Last year, so clutch. And he's part of the game. Late in the game.
Outfield very shallow now, all the way around. Altuve almost anchored at second base, trying to keep Trout as close as possible. Here's the 1-0. Johnny takes a strike in the lower part of the zone, and it evens the count at 1-1. Breaking pitch fouled at the plate.
He's got
1-2.
He's got a real good curveball.
Big bite to it.
So early in the game with Pfister, his curveball 69 to 72 range. This one's from Harris 82 to 85 range.
Johnny 1 for 2 against Harris in his career. Trout the winning run standing at second. Pujols the trail runner at first. Rafael Ortega, the man on deck. Here comes the 1-2 upstairs. Seventeen pitches thrown by Harris. 8 balls, 9 strikes. Now the 2-2 in the dirt, smothered by Gattis. Full count.
Trout, Pujols looking in at Ron Roenicke. 3-2 count, 1 out. If they do go, the throw will be to second base if there's no contact made.
White, the first baseman, moves over a little bit closer to the bag, trying to keep Pujols as close as possible. Nobody holding Trout on. And Tuve back at the normal second base position, so Trout can take a bigger lead. Runners go. 3-2, fouled back. Got a fastball there.
He was on that fastball also. I think you got to keep an eye on. This is the time where you could put that spin move on if you're Will Harris. Almost looked as if he made a signal towards Altuve. You see that a lot. You'll see a pitcher will touch the belt of his pants. Just make him aware he might have that spin move. So you have to make sure he goes home if you're Mike Trout.
Runners go again. 3-2, fouled back. So we'll reset and do it again. Valbuena and Gattis talking things over with Harris. A.J. Hinch talking things over with Brent Strom, the pitching coach. 20 pitches thrown by the right-hander here in the ninth. Trying a 1-out walk. Pujols a base hit to right. Putting runners at first and second. Runners go again. Givatella fouls it back on another fastball.
He's had some good swings on that fastball. That's 3 in a row. He's been right on his fastball. I'm thinking at some point here, Harris may try his breaking ball.
Givatella seen 8 pitches so far from Harris. Here's the 9th pitch of the at-bat, and Johnny strikes out swinging. No throw from Gattis. 2 down.
And that fastball was off the plate, up and in. ran his fastball up off the plate, tried to bring his hands in to be able to make contact with that 93-mile-an-hour fastball, but unable to do so.
So the winning run now 90 feet away, and Trout at third base. Ortega, the batter. Rafael today 0 for 4. Grounded out his last time up. Valbuena in on the grass, and White even with a bag at first base. With his speed, perhaps Astros anticipating a bunt. First one is cut on and missed. Man at third, a winning run. Take away the breaking pitch now from Harris.
Yeah, because he does have that sharp break to it in the dirt. That spin can get away just enough where Trout could score the winning run.
0-1 pitch. That's upstairs. He's gone to more fastballs here of late.
When you look at percentages of pitches thrown this season for Harris, 31% curveballs, 69% fastballs. The runners on base, a lot more fastballs.
Kept shallow and toward the line in left field. Marisnik straight up at center and shallow. Rasmus same thing in right. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Up and away. 2-1. We have another left-handed batter, Cliff Pennington, on deck. Well, he's a switch hitter with bat from the left side against the right-hander. All the while, Joe Smith throws the occasional pitch in the Angels bullpen. Hoping that's all he does.
Let's get some work in for tomorrow night.
That's it. The 2-1. Ortega pulls off. Misses the fastball. That was away. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Danger zone if you're trying to pull Will Harris. Especially the way he's thrown the ball this year.
Now you're just looking to make contact, put the ball in play. He's got that ball that left side of the infield.
Yeah.
Valbuena's had some tough throws.
2-2, foul back. Pitch that was up. Two. Fouled off, chasing the pitch up. Protected with 2 strikes.
All fastballs in this at bat.
Another 2-2. Little chopper right side. White will field it. Feeds Harris, who is at the bag. And we will head to the 10th inning as the Angels lead the winning run and third. Tied at 5 as we go into extras. season for the Angels. They are 0-2 so far as we begin the 10th in a 5-5 game. Astros have 2, 3, and 4 coming up, and it's Joe Smith on in relief. 24th time this year. He's 1-3. 4.24 ERA. He's got 6 saves under his belt. Trying to hold down the fort for Houston Street, who's on the mound. Altuve, Rasmus, and Gaddis for the Astros in this 10th inning.
Tough part of the order. Plus, you have Carlos Correa still available on the bench for the Astros.
Altuve is 4 for 4 with 4 singles. He's 2 for 14 in his career against Joe Smith. First one in for a strike. Chopper toward short. Pennington has it. Gets rid of it quickly. And they get Altuve for the first down.
Yeah, you need all that arm strength from Pennington to be able to get Altuve out. At first, he runs down that line extremely quick.
Right fielder, number 28, Colby Rasmus.
Here's Rasmus. 0 for 3 with a walk. Takes a strike. Rasmus 0 for 6 in his career against Smith. Takes low. One and two. Gaddis on deck as Rasmus has the count even up on him at 2-2. The bottom of the 10th inning. The Angels have the bottom third of its order coming up. It won't be Will Harris. Backdoor slider misses, full count. Here comes the payoff. Foul at the plate. Halos took game 1 Friday night. The Astros taking game 2 last night. As Rasmus works to the walk. So man on for Gaddis.
Catcher number 11, Evan Gaddis.
Tried to get Rasmus to expand the strike zone, but did not chase any of those pitches off the outside corner. Two for 5 in his career, Gaddis versus Joe Smith.
He will look at a slider. One of those two a home run solo shot. Gaddis a multi-hit game, 2 for 4 with a single, a double, and 2 runs scored. Rasmus has 2 stolen bases on the season. He's been caught once. The Angels, though, entire staff have limited this Astros team as far as the stolen base because of the pickoffs. Done a nice job holding base runners on board.
Yep. By keeping those runners at first base, not comfortable trying to steal, you get yourself in position to get some double play balls.
Had 2 stolen bases in this 3-game set for a team that's leading the league in that category. Here's the 1-1. Tried to bring that one back, and he did. 1-2.
And this has rolled into 5 double plays this season. That make that 4 double plays.
Slider out toward right field. This will chase Cole back, still racing back at the wall, and he has it pop out of his glove. Rasmus had the hold up, will only get to third. And the Astros have runners at second and third with 1 out. Almost looked as if Cole trying to leap up for a ball that he didn't have to leap up for.
He got back to the wall. That ball had some carry to it. Pretty good indication how strong Gaddis is. He was out in front of that one enough. And right on the heel of the glove and wrist. And Rasmus is going back initially, then he has to go back and retouch the base. And able to advance to third.
That's an error on Cole, his second of the season. Intentional walk here to Valbuena. Valbuena, he's picking up his 3rd walk of the ball game. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI single.
First baseman
Got thrown out at second base in the 8th inning, trying to stretch that single into a double. So it's Tyler White up at the plate. The first baseman, 0 for 2. Double play ball in the second, a couple of walks, and then a strikeout looking in the 8th. No place to put him. Rasmus at third base, Gaddis at second, Valbuena at first. 5-5 tie here in the 10th. First one in there. Chopper foul. And it's an 0-2 count. Joe trying to pick up Cole.
Gold Glove winner last season. The American League in right field. It's been so good. Saved so many runs. Joe Smith trying to pick him up here.
Outfield straight around for the Angels with White at the plate. Crone, lone infielder. You see him on the right of your screen playing near the cut of the grass. The 0-2. Slider got him. Down goes White, 2 down.
Work still to be done. A very good contact hitter with Gonzalez coming up, but before that, a nasty slider to get a swing and miss. Great arm angle. Looks like it's going to catch the corner. Ends up being about 2 baseballs off the outside corner for a strikeout.
Marvin Gonzalez 1 for 3 in his career against Joe Smith. Hitless this afternoon, 0 for 4. First pitch swinging, comes up empty.
Changeup he threw. He's been throwing that a little bit more this season, especially left-handed batters.
Pennington playing up the middle. Big hole on the left side of the infield. The 0-1. Back-to-back changeups. 1 ball, 1 strike. Halos have action in their bullpen. Trying to get to the bottom of the 10th, still tied. 1-1. Slider in there, 1-2. One-two. Foul back. Protecting. You saw how tardy he was on that fastball.
And if you're Rafael Ortega out in left field, you got to be prepared to come in on a baseball. He's just trying to put that ball in play.
Joe wants to do baseball. Couple of walks this inning, 1 intentional. And the error by Kolb. Loading the bases with 1 out. He struck out wide for the 2nd out. And he's ahead of the count at 1-2 on Marwin Gonzalez. Time called, and Bandy and Smith are going to get together. One-two. This one ripped to Cron, and he got it. A line out, and means the Angels will head to the bottom of the 10th with the score still tied at 5. Tied at 5, and a new pitcher on for the Houston Astros here as Joe Smith works out of a bases loaded situation to keep this a tie ball game. Tony Sipp, the lefty, takes over on the mound. He's pitching in his 22nd game, 0-2 record, .350 ERA, 19 strikeouts in 18 innings of work. It's the second consecutive game that Sipp has worked. He worked just 1/3 of an inning. Last night picked up a strikeout.
Yeah, great season last year. ERA 1.99 in 60 games. Fastball 87-91. Slider, good changeup. Has a career 4.67 ERA against the Angels. 1-1 as far as record.
Cliff Pennington leading things off, batting from the right side. The first one's up and away. Cliff 0 for 3 in his career against Tony Sipp. Multi-hit game today. First action back since coming off the DL prior to last night's game. 2 for 3, a couple singles and a walk. Foul back, good rip at a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Only 3 Angels with hits off Tony Sipp. Escobar 2 for 2, Soto 2 for 2, and Mike Trout 1 for 1.
That was a big fly, wasn't it?
1-1 pitch. Missed down low. Jett Bandy on deck, then Caleb Cowart. It's the bottom third of the order. Will Harris went 1 inning. Pitched the 9th. 1 hit, 1 strikeout, 1 walk. Fouled back. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Halos will stay at home and welcome in the Tigers beginning tomorrow night. Houston, short trip to Phoenix, play the Diamondbacks for 2-game series there in downtown Phoenix. As Pennington pops this one up. Valbuena and Marwin Gonzalez, the shortstop, calling off the third baseman. 1 down. Bandy 0 for 2. Picked up an RBI in the fielder's choice. He's also walked, and that is sacrifice bunt. But Bandy looked like he felt uncomfortable after that swing, the way he walked out of that batter's box. Remember, he felt a little tweak on Wednesday.
And that was on a swing also.
Yeah. Ended up coming out of the game. 0-1. Back-to-back off speed. No balls, 2 strikes. But imagine he'll get a 3rd one here.
Well, we've seen pitchers over the years just try to sneak a fastball by you. He's surprised if he threw anything but a changeup.
Went back to the off speed. It's 1-2. Astros with 11 hits, the Angels with 9. Just got a piece of it. Cal remains at 1-2. Halos took a 5-4 lead in the 7th inning off Giles, the reliever. Only we see the Astros come back in the top of the 8th inning. Back-to-back hits, a double and a single by Valbuena to tie it up at 5. And that's where we stand now. 1-2 pitch. Drilled out to left center field. It's a base hit. Tried to go back to that fastball, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you see a hitter swinging at an off-speed pitch, surprised you would throw anything but that. See a pinch runner here. Good swing there by Jett Bandy. A fastball down at 91, right up the middle approach, base hit.
Shane Robinson will pinch run for him at first. So the Halos with a man on and 1 out. Here's Caleb Cowart coming to the plate. Check that. Gregorio Petit will pinch hit now for Cowart. Cowart finishes the afternoon going 1 for 4. should this game continue. Figure Petit goes into short. Pennington over to third. Remember, Yunel Escobar came out of the game back in the third inning. Contusion on the left hand. Petit takes off the plate for ball one. Gregorio hitting .250 in 15 games with the Angels. 3 doubles, 3 runs batted in. Went 0 for 3 last night.
We're watching Robinson trying to get a lead. He was going back to first base as Sip delivered the baseball. Again, doing the same.
This one's out to right. Rasmus is there. Puts it away. 2 outs. So Robinson still in first. It will be C.J. Cron coming up. Time called. A.J. Hinch now is coming out. He's going to go to the bullpen. Neshek getting ready. So pitching change with 2 outs here in the 10th inning. Tied at 5. Two outs and a man at first base. Neshek went 2/3 of an inning last night through a total of 13 pitches. This is his 21st game. He's 2-0 with a 3.60 ERA. He's going to face C.J. Cron with 2 outs and Robinson standing at first. C.J., by the way, 1 for 2 in his career against Neshek. Cron in the ball game, 1 for 3, doubled with a run scored in the 7th.
I wonder if Robinson may take a shot at trying to steal a base.
No 1. Robinson on the move to throw down from Gaddis. A good one. And Robinson gets the hand in there. No real argument from Jose Altuve.
A.J. Hinch wants to pause here to take a look at it.
That's a pretty good throw. Right on the money.
Go check it.
Yeah.
That's a perfect throw from Gaddis.
Yeah. Looked like it got him. John Hirschbeck with the call at second.
See right here. This is a great angle. Did he get him?
Oh, yeah.
Right there before the hand is on the base. It's a great throw from Gaddis. He's allowed 3 stolen bases in 3 attempts against them this year. Mentioned a couple years ago, 20% of would-be base stealers he threw out. That was a perfect throw.
Yeah, it was.
Shaq very quick to the plate. His time's quick. Still, I think he'd take a shot.
Shouldn't take very long. From our angle, it looked like they got him out at second base. Headsets are coming off. That's not a good sign. Call is overturned. It's out. And we will head on to the 11th inning. 8-9-1 coming up for the Stros in a 5-5 game. The Houston Astros and the Angels brought on a new pitcher. It's Deolis Guerra, right-hander replacing Joe Smith, who worked 1 inning. Struck out 1 and issued 2 walks. 1 was intentional. No runs coming across, however. Deolis 3 1/3 so far. 2 games with the Angels, allowed 4 earned runs. He'll throw to a new catcher. It's Carlos Perez behind the plate. And then we mentioned Gregorio Petit, pinch hit for Caleb Coward. We thought that he'd go to shortstop, move Pennington over. Nope. Gregorio over to third base. No other changes for the Angels. Perez goes in that number 8 spot in the order. Jake Marisnick 2 for 4, single and a 2-run home run. Lined out sharply to Pennington in the 9th. Fastball in there for a strike. Halo's taking care of the Rule 5 pick out of the Pirates organization. AAA. He pitched in 3 games, 5 innings, 3 hits, and 7 strikeouts and 2 walks. Off speed, catches the top part of the zone, 1 and 2.
He's got a very good changeup to go along with a slider and fastball.
.27 years of age, native of Venezuela. Chopper to short, 2-hopper for Cliff Pennington. 1 down.
Left fielder, number 16, Tony Kemp.
Here comes Tony Kemp, the left fielder. Guerra, by the way, got to the big leagues for the first time last year with the Bucks. Pitched in 10 games, finished 4 of them. With a 2-0 mark and a 6.48 ERA. Fouled back. Like Garrett last year with Pittsburgh, allowed 26 hits in 16 and 2/3 innings. It's a 1-7 whip. He only had 3 walks. So he was around the zone. It's one way to look at it. One ball, one strike.
He's got good movement on his fastball, especially down in the strike zone.
Good off speed.
That's great arm action for a changeup, especially the pitch before 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Hitter recognizing, thinking fastball there instead of changeup.
6'5", 245 is what he's listed at. Ground ball over to Cron. He'll take it himself, 2 down. It'll bring up Springer, the DH today. 1 for 5 game with a single back in the 7th. No Carlos Correa today for Houston. Springer DHing. A different look for the Stros. The old getaway day. In the bottom of the 11th, the Angels have Cron, Calhoun, and Trout. Chopper foul.
So the Astros head over to Arizona after the game.
One. Bouncer to third, and that goes foul. Springer walking slowly back to the plate. .21 hits combined. 10 runs combined. 18 men left on base combined.
Both teams with some chances.
Garrett's 1-2. Down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Altuve on deck. Leave him there.
Yeah, leave him be on deck tomorrow in Arizona. Win it at the bottom of the inning.
The old natural rivalry, right, between the Astros and the Diamondbacks. The old 2-2.
Oh, yes.
Two. Springer reaches for this one. That's a fair ball. Batiste got it, gets rid of it quickly, and a 1-2-3 inning for Deolis Guerra. We head to the bottom of the 11th. Cron, Calhoun, Trout coming up for the Angels. We're still tied at 5. 5-5 tie, bottom of the 11th inning. C.J. Cron to lead things off against Pat Neshek. Cron was at the plate when Shane Robinson got thrown out trying to steal second base. That ended the 10th. Cron a 1-for-3 game with a double. He'll look at a strike. Up and away. Outfield deep, especially Marisnick in center. Little cue shot back to the mound. Neshek has it. One down.
Cole all the way back in the first inning. Doug Fister. Fastball, middle part of the plate, out to right center field. First inning home run. The walk-off, potentially with a home run.
It'd be his first hit against Pat Neshek. It'd be legit.
Yes.
Cole 0 for 4 in his career against the right-hander. Three infielders on the right side. He was trying.
Yeah. Well, you don't see that too often. Lead off with a home run, I should say, in the first inning, and walk one off in the 11th. Why not give it a shot?
That'd be cool for some our stats guys to look at.
Yes.
Assuming it happens. I got a feeling you're willing it. Off speed out toward right center field. Towering shot. Marisnick moving back at the wall, and it's off the top of the fence. Cole on his way to second. He's going to keep on chugging. The throw from Rasmus is late. It's a triple for Cole Calhoun. The winning run standing at third.
Almost off the wall. And Cole flying around the bases, second triple of the season. Changeup upstairs, turns on it, and almost got it out. Triples off the wall by Marisnick. Backed up very, very well by Rasmus. Otherwise, that's an inside the park home run. You know, one of those little things you do as an outfielder to back up one of your fellow mates out there in the outfield. Rasmus prevents that from being an inside the park home run. We're going to see some intentional walks here now. Probably bring up Johnny Giavotella to try to win it.
No surprise here. This will be the third walk in a row for Trout. Earned the other two. This one a gift.
Next year we won't be seeing this as far as intentional walk is. Put up four fingers, go to first base.
Here comes the second intentional walk. And there's ball four. A.J. Hinch going to the mound. Albert to first, Trout to second, Calhoun over at third. So the base is loaded now. One out. Infield being called in. A.J. Hinch wants to meet with everybody. Johnny Giavotella, a 1-for-5 game. He had a single back in the second. picked up an RBI in the 7th with safety squeeze. There's the winning run, standing at third. Trout at second, Pujols at first base. Infield in for Houston. Giavotella 1 for 3 in his career against Pat Neshek. The one hit, a double. Here's the first one. Low for ball 1. Handles looking for their first win in extra innings this year, 0-2.
Quick look down at Ron Renneke.
Tyler White, the first baseman, way in over at first base. Had the safety squeeze in the 7th. Would he do it again here?
A little different situation when you have a force out at the plate. I think you try to elevate a pitch in the strike zone and hit a deep fly ball to win it.
Breaking ball. Backed up, but it caught the inside corner, and it's 1-1. One pitch. Giavotella fouls it back, 1-2. Ortega on deck. Here's the 1-2, and Johnny fouls it back.
Remember, last at bat for Giavotella, after prolonged the bat, they ran that fastball in on him.
Outfield very shallow, the 1-2. Giavotella strikes out, swinging for out number 2. So the infield will move back now to normal depth. And here comes Ortega.
Another pitch, fastball, upper part of the strike zone, inner half of the plate against Giavotella. Exactly what we thought they might try.
Ortega 0 for 5. That first one missing down and away.
Well, Bueno way off the base at third allows Cole to get a bigger secondary lead just in case something's in the dirt.
The Astros have a force out anywhere with the bases loaded. Caught the outside corner, took something off. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. One out, triple for Calhoun. Back-to-back intentional walks to Trout and Pujols. Giavotella strikeout for out number 2. Now the 1-1 to Ortega. Tapper foul, 1-2. Neshek ready, the 1-2. Ortega, a little flare. To shallow center, Gonzalez, the shortstop, will put it away, and the Angels blow a golden opportunity here in the 11th. We play on to the 12th, tied at 5. Two, 3, and 4 coming up for the Houston Astros here. Altuve, Rasmus, and Gaddis to face Deolis Guerra at a 1-2-3 11th. Out for his second inning of work. Now Altuve 4 for 5 with 4 singles, 1 RBI. Grounded out his last time up. First one in for a strike. 13 men left on base for the Angels, a new season high. Breaking ball misses. One. Another breaking ball.
Trying to get him to chase. Everything that's been upstairs in the strike zone. He has hit very hard in this game.
Two, 1. Up and in. A 3-1 count. Colby Rasmus on deck. Astros left the bases loaded in the 10th. The Angels did it in the bottom of the 11th. Altuve bounces it foul, full count. Full count. Trying to get that leadoff man retired. This one's fouled off.
Yeah, especially with the speed of Altuve.
14th 4-hit game of his career this afternoon. Long pause. 3-2 is fouled in and out of the mitt. Carlos Perez. So we'll do this again. Dale is a very deliberate worker on the mound. Another payoff on the way. Ground to foul. Guerra induced 3 ground ball outs in the 11th. 5th reliever used by Mike Scioscia. Nick Tropiano once upon a time started this game with 5 2/3. Bedrosian inning in a third. Malley 2/3. Salas for 2. Smith for 1. And now Guerra working his second. Pulled down the line, foul. Altuve seen 9 pitches to start this 12th inning. That's usually like 3 games worth for Jose.
I know.
Altuve providing souvenirs to everyone.
He's been very aggressive today with his 4 hits. He hit last night, a little more patient.
That's Tropiano getting the start for the Angels. Doug Fister got the start for the Astros. Allowed 3 runs, 1 earned on 5 hits in his 6 innings of work. Foul back. Battle between Guerra and Altuve. Altuve skies one out to right center field. Cole moving over is there. 1 down. Took a while, but the first out recorded here, the 12th.
Right fielder, number 28, Colby Rasmus.
Rasmus pretty patient at the plate, but I'd be careful in this first pitch if he's going to throw him a fastball. If they're long at bat like that, Altuve upset. Pretty good pitch to drive the other way. Hit it well, but Cole Calhoun able to run it down.
Colby Rasmus, the right fielder, 0 for 3. Couple of walks. First one low. Shift on with Giavotella out in shallow right. Petit, the lone man on the left side. Two balls and no strikes. Angels no options on the bench. Everyone's been used in this game. Three and 0. Evan Gattis on deck. To the bottom of the 12th, Pennington, Perez, and Petit. 7, 8, and 9. 3-0 now. Fouled back and out of play. You knew he was going to pull the trigger on 3-0.
With his power, no doubt. 8 home runs. 6 doubles on the season.
This one fouled off. Full count. Three-2. Rasmus strikes out, swinging, 2 outs.
Good changeup on a 3-2 pitch. Fell behind 3-0. Came back with a swing and miss on a changeup. Out in front, unable to make contact. Great location.
A lot of arms and legs coming at you. All of a sudden, a changeup out of the hand. So 2 outs, nobody out for Evan Gattis. 2 for 5 so far. Single and a double. Takes a strike.
Came back with another changeup there.
Even to count up, but a ball and a strike. One. Gattis lost one out to shallow center. Giovatello's out there, and he'll put it away. A 1-2-3 inning for Guerra. We head to the bottom of the 12th. Still tied at 5.
Back.
Tied at 5, bottom of the 12th inning. 7, 8, 9 coming up for the Angels here in Pennington. Perez and Petit. New pitcher coming on for the Houston Astros. But before we do that, Gooby's got an important message for you.
Yes, the Rally Cat is back.
El Gato.
Ready to roll. Ready to roll.
El Gato.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Just go with that.
Yes.
It ends now.
It ends now.
Gooby's put in the call. You almost got the home run call on the Cole Calhoun swing. That would have been awesome.
Yeah. Well, just waited a little bit. Finish it off.
Michael Feliz pitching in his 11th game this year. Comes on a relief of Pat Neshek. He's 2-1 with a 4.50 ERA. And it's Cliff Pennington to lead things off First one in for a strike. Pennington 2 for 4. A couple of singles and a walk. No balls and 2 strikes. Feliz, 22-year-old from the Dominican Republic. Actually 23 as of yesterday.
He got a good fastball, 92 to 97 range. Slider, changeup.
Got into 5 games last year with Houston. No record with 7.88 ERA, total of 8 innings. Signed back in 2010 by the Stros. Big kid as well, 6'4". Upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pennington pops one up over to third. That's Valbuena making the catch for the first out.
Catcher number 58, Carlos Perez.
There's Carlos Perez for his first plate appearance. .206 average on the year, 5 doubles, couple of home runs, 13 runs batted in. Cues this one up the line, and it goes foul. One ball but strike. Third stint for Feliz now with the club. Made the opening day roster. Sent down. Back up. One and 2. Carlos skies this one on the left side. That's Marwin Gonzalez, a shortstop underneath it. 2 down.
Third baseman number 8, Gregorio Petit.
Gregorio Petit 0 for 1. Fly ball to right as he pitched hit in the 10th inning. Fastball low. The Halos have Mike Morin getting ready. Should this game continue on to the 13th. Two balls and a strike.
97-mile-an-hour fastball and a fastball count 2-0.
That's an easy 98.
There's some guys in that bullpen that can rush that fastball in there. They have been very good. They started off slow, the bullpen for the Astros, but they've been very effective of late. In the game, 3.37 ERA as a bullpen. In the month of May, much better.
Petit tardy on that fastball. Count remains at 2-2. Out on the season now, that bullpen's ERA at 3.37. 2-2 again. Petit gets under this one out to left center. Marisnick comes in. And the Angels go down in order. We head to the 13th. Tied at 5. Mike Bourne on a relief. 6th reliever used by Mike Scioscia. Dale Esguerra went 2 innings. Had 1 strikeout, the rest zeros. Bourne pitching in his 25th game. Pitched last night as well. 1-0 and a 4.43 ERA. He's scheduled to face Valbuena, White, and Gonzalez here the 13th for Houston. Valbuena 1 for 2. RBI single in the 8th inning. He's walked 3 times. The last one was intentional, and that was in the 10th. Oh, 15 walks combined in this game. 3 intentional. Just now realized I was looking stats here.
A lot of times they were ahead of the count, the pitchers too, before end up walking them.
Check swing. Did not go. It's 1-2.
Now more difficult task now as a hitter with some shadows to deal with also. Partial sun on the mound, shadows at the plate.
Change up, grounded to the right side. That's Giavotella out in shallow right. 1 down.
First baseman, number 13, Tyler White.
So 1 out, nobody on. Tyler White, the first baseman, coming up. White 0 for 3. Double play ball. 2 strikeouts. 2 walks. The 1 pitch. That is pulled to left field. Ortega will play it on a hop. 1 out single. Puts a man on. Marwin Gonzalez coming up.
Shortstop, number 9, Marlon Gonzalez.
Carlos Correa, still around.
Yep.
Still available. So close enough to A.J. Hinch to remind him he's still available.
First pitch fastball for a strike. Gonzalez hitless today, 0 for 5. He lined out to Crone in the 10th inning with the bases loaded to get out of that jam. It was Joe Smith in the 10th. The lights have been turned on here at the Big A. Ground ball right side, that'll sneak through. White will stop at second. A seeing eye single by Marwin Gonzalez, and the Astros have 2 on with 1 out.
Center fielder, number 6, Jake Marisnick.
Jake Marisnick coming up.
Carlos Correa has grabbed the bat in the on-deck circle.
There's a strike. Marisnick today, 2 for 5 with a single and a 2-run home run. Jhoulys Chacin playing the occasional catch in the bullpen.
Scheduled to start tomorrow.
0-2 count.
Marisnick has not hit into a double play yet this year.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Marisnick. 2 down. And the only other reliever the Angels have in the bullpen available to them, he may not be available, is Jose Alvarez. The rest are starters. We mentioned no position players left either.
Well, that was a great changeup there from Mike Moore, and he's going to have to use that changeup here against Carlos Correa.
Tony Kemp finishes the game going 1 for 5 with a single. Correa, 241 average, 7 home runs, 22 runs batted in.
You're welcome.
First pinch hitting opportunity this season. Two on and 2 outs. White, the base runner, at second. Gonzalez at first. 1-0. Changeup, cued foul.
Real good arm action on the changeup also. Location perfect, outside corner and down.
To say, not a bad idea either. You got a guy pinch hitting geared up for that fastball.
And generally, rule of thumb, when you come off the bench as a pinch hitter, you're looking fastball.
Correa 2 for 4 in his career against Moore with 1 double. Mike last night went an inning in 2/3, striking out 2 and allowing 1 hit. Changeup skied to left field. Ortega moving back with his back to the wall. He'll jump up and it's gone. A pinch hit, 3-run home run by Carlos Correa. And the Astros have themselves an 8-5 lead.
Yeah, we talked about him when this series started, how good of a player he is. So talented, so much power. And that pitch upstairs, did not miss it. Change up, stayed back on it. Barrel the bat and the lift.
Here's Springer. First career pinch hit at bat, and it delivers with a home run. His 8th of the season, and now with 25 runs batted in. One ball, one strike. That means Luke Gregerson will get ready for the bottom of the 13th. One and two. Springer goes down swinging as the third out is recorded, but Carlos Correa with a pinch hit, 3-run home run, giving the Astros an 8-5 lead. Leads it here at the bottom of the 13th inning. Carlos Correa with a pinch hit home run, giving the Astros a lead. Luke Gregerson, their closer, comes on in relief here, as the Angels will send up Cron, Calhoun, and Trout. Gregerson picked up his 11th save the other night. He's 0-1 with a 3.18 ERA. This is his 23rd game of the season.
Yeah, fastball, good sinking fastball, 87-91. Slider, changeup, very good, sharp slider.
Correa stays in the game, plays short. Marwin Gonzalez goes out to left field. Nice defense for the Astros here in the 13th. Cron 1 for 4. CJ with the double back in the 7th and a run scored. Two balls, no strikes. Well, it's easy to look at this game and say, well, Mike Morin gave up a 3-run blast in the 13th inning. Hang it on him. The Angels have had opportunities aplenty to finish off this game and did not capitalize.
When you face a team like the Astros with the power they have, this one mistake, all of a sudden you're behind in the game.
Two one. Chopper foul, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two down from Gregerson. And Cron chases a pitch way off the plate for strike one. Or pardon me, for out number 1.
Right fielder, number 56, Cole Calhoun.
Cole just missed walking off this game in the 11th inning off the wall, high off the wall for a triple. A big game, a home run, a triple, 2 walks. So looking for his first career hit against Gregerson.
One count on Calhoun with Trout on deck. Down 3 here in the 13th. 1-0. Outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Three 0. Feliz worked a scoreless 1-2-3-12. He's the pitcher of record for the Astros. And there's a 4-pitch walk, so the Angels get a man on here in the 13th with 1 out.
Center fielder, number 27, Mike Trout.
Mike 1 for 3. RBI single back in the 5th inning. Infield variety. 37th run batted him. He's also worked 3 walks. Last one intentional. One ball, no strikes. Matter of fact, Trout and Pujols walked intentionally back-to-back in the 11th to load him up for Johnny Giavotella with 1 out. Johnny struck out, and Ortega popped out to end the threat. Just the second time that Trout and Pujols have been walked intentionally back-to-back. 1-0 pitch. Slider is in there. And of course, it happened last year against the Baltimore Orioles because it's a Buck Showalter thing to do.
Oh, yes.
Man who once walked Barry Bonds with the bases loaded.
Said he'd rather give up 1 run than 4.
Makes sense. Trout drives one out to center field. Marisnick is there. 2 down. Squared up by Mike, but right to Jake Marisnick. And the Angels down to the last out here, the 13th.
Number 5, Albert Pujols.
Albert 2 for 5. Picked up an RBI with his single in the 7th. His 35th of the year. Albert takes a strike on the inside corner. Halos lose this ball game, the Astros would then just be a half game behind the Angels. Halos will welcome in the Tigers for the first of 3 tomorrow night. Houston on its way to Arizona. 0-1. No balls, 2 strikes.
Albert with 2 hits in the game and a walk. RBI.
Oh, 2 on the way. Albert check to swing. 1-2. Carlos Correa, the pinch hit home run. The top of the inning. The difference in this one. 1-2. Albert pulls one down the line. It's fair ball. Cole will round and head to third. Albert is on his way to second. The throw from Marwin Gonzalez, a good one, and safe at second base.
They're going to look at it. A.J. Hinch put his hand up right away.
Albert thinking that was just a gimme double, but a heads-up play by Marwin Gonzalez. They're going to check it. Why wouldn't you? What a shame if this game ends on that.
The play is under review.
It's going to be real close. I wonder where he got the tag at him. Right here, better angle. See if the foot gets in there. Oof, that's so close. If he just touches that pant leg, he's out.
It's nothing automatic, especially with the arm of Marwin Gonzalez in left field. John Hirschbeck with the call. A.J. Hinch making the decision to take a look at it. And we'll see what they decide in New York.
All the angles we've seen so far, very difficult to change the ruling.
Take another look here.
Slide, is there a tag right there? Or did he get him on the thigh more so?
Yeah, that one a little more difficult to tell in relation to when the foot hits the base. And this one, tough to tell when the foot is on the base in relation to the tag. So,
see, I'm looking to see if the glove has moved at all on the leg, lower part of the leg of Albert.
Too close to call, and yet another angle here.
Again, is the glove moving at all once it gets to the foot area? If it is, he's going to be out because it tags him up around the thigh area. The foot is in first.
Hey man, we call them as we see them when it comes to replays because it is what it is. That's why you have the video and the different. This is a pickup for me.
Yeah,
I can see it going either way. I mean, Shane Robinson, when he attempted to stolen base a second, was clearly out. That call got overturned.
And how quick they made the decision. Again, if that glove is moving at all, right here, take a look.
Headsets off. So safe is the call. It'll go as a double for Albert. And Johnny Giavitello will bat, representing the tying run. Call stands, so not enough evidence.
That was an unbelievable throw by Gonzalez in left field.
There's no doubt.
Playing shortstop earlier in the game.
And it's a smart play. You're up by 3. Who cares if Cole scores? You get a chance to get the last out of the game at second. Try to take it. So second and third, 2 outs, and here's Giavitello. Johnny's last 2 at-bats with men in scoring position have resulted in strikeouts.
Both those times, pitches upstairs, up and in. Fastballs.
Gregerson working from the full windup. No balls, 2 strikes.
Again, if you're Johnny right here, you're behind in the count. Let's think in terms of base hit. First pitch, you can think in terms of drive and drive it out. But now your focus is different. Use the middle of the field.
0-2 now from Gregerson. Fouled back. Calhoun at third, Pujols at second base. Another 0-2. Johnny checked to swing, 1-2. Back to the breaking ball and misses. 2-2. Rasmus playing shallow in right field. Coming up on the 5-hour mark this afternoon, and Johnny Giavotella trying to extend it. 2-2 on the way. Breaking ball gets by Cole, or pardon me, behind Gaddis. Cole comes in to score. And it's 8-6 on the wild pitch. Pujols ends up at third base.
Gets between the legs of Gaddis. Breaking ball. Allows Cole to score the 6th run of the game for the Angels. Again, Johnny Giavotella thinking in terms of getting on base here.
Ortega on deck. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. And Giavotella strikes out to end the ball game as the Astros take the finale by the final of 8-6.
Well, you had plenty of opportunities on the offensive side, but that man right there, we were wondering when he was going to get in the game, but when he did not miss. Change up, hits it out, 3-run home run, the difference in the game. Carlos Correa. The Astros win the series 2-1.
Feliz picks up the win, Moore the loss, and Gregerson picks up his 12th save as the Angels strand 14 base runners on the afternoon. 8-6 the final. The Astros taking the rubber game of the series. Stick around. Angels Live postgame is coming up next.